Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Oh, what's happening now? Okay, I see me. Or I see one of me. Hello? Where am I? Oh, there I am! I was scared. I was like, bro, where am I? Hello? Hello? Well, that was a bit of a jump scare, wasn't it? We do a little bit of this, because we're going to be doing some reactionary stuff. That'd be a little fun to do. Get my little Digimon friend here with me. Let me turn on Pog. He should be working. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, my name is Sluggermon.
That seems to be working. Alright, cool, very cool. Hi, I'll be here in a sec. Alright, bet. Hello, fussy baby. I just took an edible. Why am I a fussy baby? Why? Hello everyone, hello. Let me get a better handle on this. Let's see, how do I have this set up? No. I see. So I have it more set up like this. Okay. You want to do it like that? There we go. That's probably better. You want Outcast? Is that what you want? You decide what you want to do? Alright, the cat has been released. I'm sorry, but if you have to ask why you're a fussy baby, you already lost that battle. What battle? What am I fighting here? Freaking kaiju? Or I guess, I'm sorry, a kaiju? This fucked up. This actually feels fucked up. This feels like a personal attack, and I am highly offended. Anyways, I guess today we're gonna be doing a little bit of a reactionary stuff, and then we're probably going to play some, you know, some games we have over here. There is a game that's the same creator as the crab game, so we might be playing the demo of it, seeing if maybe I'd be interested. It is about like a workwoman, so that could be fun to play. There's a couple of other ones. There's some horror ones here. There's like this one, which looked really cool to me. So really, I guess it just depends on what I want to do, or it depends on what I'm feeling game-wise. But oh, and we're gonna be. Please tell me I didn't double click that. Please tell me I didn't double click that. No! No, stop. Okay, no, we're good. We're gonna be giving Wuthering Waves one more chance. One more chance. Where we're gonna give it one more chance. But that's it. That's all I got. So, anyways, let's, I wanna watch this, I've never subscribed to PewDiePie. He has 111 million subscribers. What the fuck? He has over 100 million subscribers. I never thought. I never thought. But the reason why I stopped watching his videos after the whole oh you like women, you're a simp thing. Oh. I mean, you know, it depends on the woman. Maybe. What's your point, bucko? But it's YouTubers are ruining Japan, and the only reason why this kind of interests me is because I did go to Japan, and while I did do I definitely took a lot of pictures. I did take a little bit of video, but it wasn't like I was never in people's faces, and I never obstructed traffic or obstructed like walk paths to take these videos. I understand why, though he did it. A lot of people were harassing Marzia, and so that was his response to it. Oh, isn't Marzia his wife? Didn't he also have like a kid? Dude, this man is out here. He has like a whole family, but he's still doing YouTube. That to me, man, is a trooper. Yes, people were sexually harassing her. That's so gross, man. Dude, I can never understand. Like, I can never understand why you want to harass people that are in a relationship. Especially, like, the woman side. Or like, the feminine side of it, I guess. Right? I guess it could be either or. But, you know, like, especially when one person is receiving it more than the other. Because it so happens that that one partner has, like, over 1 million subscribers. Or they're, like, really popular or whatever, right? And so, like, instead of harassing, you know, the guy with, like, a whole bunch of, like, viewers and whatnot, you decide to harass his significant other. Because, what grounds does she have to protect herself or whatever? Or if she were to try to, like, get into that scene, you know, then people are like, oh, you're only trying to, suckle off of the success of your partner. And it's like, man, fuck off, actually. Hi, here I is. Yo, Cosmic, what's up? He did his whole, oh, you're a simp, you have a small PP thing as a way of calling those people out. Ah. Understandable. Yep. You know what? If him calling people simps was a way to get them to stop harassing his partner, I salute him. You know what? More power to you, buddy. But the only reason why I want to watch this video is because I saw Asmongold react to it. So then I just wanted to watch it. Because again, I didn't just come back, but I did come back from Japan this year, so. Interesting.
Ken!
Felix!
You know when strangers start small talking with you? They get in there, right? They ask you questions. So, Ken, what do you do for a living?
Are you a YouTuber?
Look, I'm never going to see you again in my life. Do I really have to tell you my life story? You complete stranger. Go, like, leave me alone.
I don't want to tell you, someone's asking me questions. I am a YouTuber. Oh, yeah, but I'm not that kind of YouTuber, okay? YouTubers, they're the worst. We know because we are YouTubers. YouTubers ruin everything, and right now, Ken, YouTubers
but it was so incredibly annoying, which is why I stopped watching his videos.
Japan.
I listened to Toast Ken's videos.
No, not Japan. It was the Holy Land.
The Holy Land. So this all started, of course, with Logan Paul.
Oh, fucking, does anybody remember the fucking Logan Paul incident? Oh, disgusting, man. Disgusting.
Infestation. All these YouTubers are coming, trying to be as obnoxious as possible, get a bunch of attention, get a bunch of hate clicks, bing bada boom bada bum.
Hate clicks?
And now, Ken, it's come so far that Japan is actually starting
I
to
think
take
everybody
action.
remembers
the
that fuck up.
of Japan did a drill where they simulated a bunch of YouTubers driving into their military base to live stream.
With the camera.
Wait.
I like to look around like, what did I do wrong?
Wait, there's an actual simulation. They have drills? Are you serious? That's so funny. I mean, like, I understand that is actually so fucking funny. Okay, I know the cops in Japan are bored out of their fucking minds, but, like, this is a whole nother level of boredom. I remember I was Ground Zero. I used to like his content. I was one of the first few people who watched that video. Which the Logan Paul video? Yeah.
Didn't do anything. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, arrest him.
They have to be so bored.
The bomb
Even got the
squad
bomb
out here. Who
squad.
knows what they got? They've never cleaned anything.
I just couldn't believe it. I thought it was like an actual YouTuber first, and I'm like, wait a minute, no. It's just a
It's
drill thing.
anti-terrorism.
Yeah. YouTubers are terrorists according to Japan.
What?
And,
No.
and they're
The
not
Game
that
Over
far
Forest
off.
video. Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking. Wait, hold on a second. No, there's no way. Is there? Japan holds anti-terrorism drill against troublemaking YouTubers. Terrorism? Terrorists?
Japan's self-defense forces and police held a joint anti-terrorism drill in the Tokyo suburbs on February 28th. The exercise took place under the scenario that 3 troublemaking YouTubers intruded into an SDF camp in their car. Police officers rushed to the scene and subdued the intruders. The police bomb squad also came to dispose of an explosive found inside the YouTuber's car.
Okay, why would a YouTuber have an explosive bomb? I don't think we're that stupid, right? Please future YouTubers that go to Japan, do not make me regret saying that. But I don't think that we're over there carrying bombs. I mean, like, especially from America, most aren't that stupid. Most. You know what? Fair enough statement. But I feel like for anybody to travel outside of from America to anywhere else in the world, we are so high security when it comes to our airports. Like, we are fucking, like, it is so fucking strict there. It's not even fun. They mean no funny business. There is no laughing. I think laughing is, like, against the rules when you go through TSA. That's how, like, very dead serious they are when they check your shit. Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, I went through Japan TSA. Sweethearts. That so nice. So accommodating. They will charge you, they'll charge you out of your ass if you're a pound over or you're a kilogram over. But other than that, very nice, very accommodating. They don't make you take your shoes off. Bro, when you go through an American TSA, it is fucking like boot camp. You're getting stripped down. No jackets, no overshirts, no hats, no shoes. Take everything off, man. You take you're bare. Like, you have your underwear and then you have like one layer of clothing on. That's it. And then, like, the way that they make you go through, like, the machines where you're when you're getting scanned through, your arms are raised up in like a weird arch, your legs are spread out, and then, like, if they find even a smidge of metal on you, even after all of that, and it could be metal from, like, your sweatpants. If you're wearing sweatpants and it has, like, like the little metal band on your on the tie, if that even beeps during, like, the inspection, they will fucking pat you down. They have both men and women. So, like, if a woman has, like, a tinge of metal, they get pat down by a woman. If a man has it, they get pat down by a man. They do not care. They are fucking on it, dude. Especially after 9/11. You might as well put in a mouth guard with how TSA is here in America. American airports will cavity search you if your skin color is half a degree too dark. There are a few airports that is a problem, where that can definitely be a problem, especially if you get loud. That is a very common thing to happen. If somebody with darker skin tone starts getting loud, then they're on more high alert. It's very, very racist, but, I mean, yeah, that's, yeah. But, like I said, I don't think... Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Chinese YouTubers are gonna bomb freaking Japan. Who knows? but I don't think any American YouTubers, unless they made the bomb when they get to Japan, like they have to have like a fucking like master's doctorate in bomb making or whatever, and putting it in their fucking backpacks. Jesus fuck, man. That's too funny. One of my best friends went to the airport not that long ago, and he had a dick piercing and was too embarrassed to tell him what it was. They will find out. Did they find out? Did he tell him? did he tell him? We went on a tangent. I'm so sorry. Hello. After a strip search? Yeah, I figured. I'm sorry. Hi, if you're new to me. Hello. I am Toby Scales. I am a very distracted fish. I go on tangents onto completely different subjects because I get distracted very easily. Severe ADHD. Hi. Anyways.
The training was held with the Group of Seven summit in mind.
Moral of the story is I don't think any
The
Americans
G7
are gonna have bombs. But, you know.
Leaders meeting is scheduled in May this year in Hiroshima,
I don't think that's
Western
how you
Japan.
handle bombs.
A police station chief expressed hope for heightened cooperation between the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and the SDF to ensure the safety.
Hey guys, today I'm gonna prank the Japanese Defense Force with a set of 3 bombs. The first 2 will contain glitter, but the final bomb contains thermite. Let's see if they can figure out the mystery. Oh, we love the tangents though. Aw, thank you, thank you. Yeah, no. Cause like in Japan you can say bomb inside of an airport and they kind of like look at you, but they don't really, they're not gonna like fucking run at you. If you say bomb even once inside of an American airport, you're just banned. You're banned from that airport. You're kicked out. Like, no exception. Like, we do not play that game. That is like, I know everywhere else around the world they want to call us lazy, entitled, and fat, but we do not fuck around with our airports. That is for sure. Imagine calling someone the bomb in an American airport. Mostly we call you insane. Yeah, that too.
Safety of residents.
That is crazy. China risks hampering Japanese companies. I cannot imagine. All right, let's finish. I just had to watch that. That's hilarious. Insane and racist. Europe also are very racist.
The thing, they're not
And
even
a dictatorship. The
Sorry
most
to
I've ever
interrupt
done
the
that
video.
could be
There's
considered
something I wanted
terrorism
to tell you
is
guys.
sending one of my friends a 50-pound spring-loaded glitter bomb. That is an act of terrorism. I'm sorry. You should be arrested. Absolutely arrested for sending glitter bombs.
There's a G Fuel BOGO sale! Yes!
BOGO!
BOGO! What does it mean? I don't know!
I forgot he went on like a drawing thing. Like he drew every day for like a month or whatever. Or for 90 days. And he got good at art. That was 3 years ago and they still are finding glitter. Like I said, that is an act of terrorism.
But you buy one, you get one. Hooray! There's also a new PewDiePie anime edition tub. Beautiful. Look at that. So good. This is one of my favorite looking ones so far. Don't miss out on this one. Anime. I love G Fuel so much. It's clean energy. Gives you laser focus. Zero sugar, zero crash, zero... What did I write? Zero stir. Anyway, use code PewDiePie, link in the description. Thanks for watching.
So recently, I even saw you did a video on it because there was a bunch of YouTubers doing all of this like crazy stuff in Japan. When it first came out, like I didn't want to cover it because I just thought like you're just giving them more attention. Don't talk about it. Just leave them alone. Let them be idiots. But now Japan, like this, is starting to take actual action against these sort of things. The most recent thing is this Mount Fuji blocking view.
I did see something about this. I didn't understand what was going on really.
In Japan, they have these konbinis, and there's Lawson, which is like iconic for Japan. And then you have Mount Fuji here in the background. Beautiful shot. People love it. You get Mount Fuji, you get the Lawson, you stand in front, you go like, look at this. I saw someone else do this exact photo, so I have to do the exact same thing because
I am unique. Me. That's YouTubers. You know, you see someone else make a video, the only thing that can make that video better is if you make
I
it.
realized as I was making fun of it. Yeah.
God, it's the hardest
I
part of
wish
being a
I
YouTuber
went to
is when you
see
copy
Mount
someone's
Fuji.
video
That's
and then
gonna
you
be
gotta
another
title it and you're like,
trip.
but they got such a good title. Good. How can I make it unique and mine?
Also, Lawson's is the best in
But my
Japan.
thumbnail is better. Take a
Like
mine.
between
I'd
what
been
was
to
it?
this Lawson by mistake, Ken. We were staying
Was
at
it
our
Lawson,
Airbnb
7-Eleven,
nearby,
and
why are the people on
Family
the other side
Mart?
of the room
Lawson's
taking
is the
pictures
best.
of a Lawson? And then it hit me. I'm like, oh, I'm at that Lawson. Oh, I should probably. I had that feeling, Ken. I had the thought. I was like, oh, I should take a photo. And then I saw there was no crosswalk, and you can't jaywalk in Japan. That's like murder practically. So I was just like, ah, f it, I'll take it tomorrow. Next day, super overcast, can't see. I'm like, god damn it. And now they're putting up a big f***ing cover so people can't take photos of it because people are blocking too much
Get out
the
of
road.
here.
God
Wait,
damn.
what?
Because people are
View of Mount Fuji and Yamanashi Prefecture to be blocked from May 21st. Blackout screen to be installed to deter crowds of tourists. Seriously? You think that's gonna stop people? Bro, do you know how many people? Okay, I did it too. But do you know how many people will just like walk through the street and just take pictures? And by the way,
blocking too much
Get out
the
of
road.
here.
God damn, I never heard of that. Like blocking the view of a natural element. I love this, by the way. Look how many people. Jaywalk! You can't do that!
Is that you?
Look at the guy with it.
Leaving your Airbnb?
No, that would never be me. I love the guy with the lightsaber. These are everywhere in Japan, trying to direct people. He's trying to stop him. Like, don't do it! You don't do it! Look at these idiots. It's overcast. They're still taking the
It's
photo.
Lawson.
You can't see it. You can't see Mount Fuji. Why are you taking the photo? What are you trying to accomplish? Anyway, I didn't think I would get this worked up over the start. It is really frustrating because, like, for a lot of people, Japan is an escape
is he
of this
wearing
bad
a
behavior.
knitted
That's
jacket?
just done in public a
Oh,
lot
who
of times.
was that one
Not saying the
kick
whole
streamer
world
that got
is, like,
banned from
terrible,
ever?
but, you know,
Coming back to
Japan
Japan,
is
and then he
generally-
proceeded to go to, I think it was Israel. We were talking about that. Apparently, he got jumped in Israel. He got jumped in Israel, got arrested, or no, he didn't get arrested. He got jumped in Israel, got the shit kicked out of him, and they stole his camera. And they called him, what did they call him? They called him something. Yeah, and he also, like, tried to sexually assault one of the female soldiers there. Why? Why? This is fucking stupid, man. Dude, people are so fucking stupid sometimes.
Seen as more polite, and therefore
It's like, you know, maybe we don't want him to come back to America. maybe he shouldn't come back.
people want to protect that. It's always frustrating to see this. But of course, there's going to be people that want to take advantage of that, which is...
You know what? I want to say something. Yeah, even their female soldiers there will break your collarbone. Yeah, no, they're pretty fucking serious. Oh yeah, just sexually assault specifically a woman who you know can and will kick your ass. Great idea. Yeah, maybe he likes that. I don't know. What was I gonna say? Jaywalking in Japan. Okay, not many people do it, but some people will. They especially will if they see one person doing it. The only time people in Japan will break rules is if they see somebody else doing it. Then they're like, I mean, well, one of them's doing it. I mean, we're gonna do it too then, right? That is the only time I've ever seen rules being kind of like broken in Japan. And the things he was saying was extremely disgusting. I can't remember what they called him. I don't know, like, I forget what they called him, but it was not a racial slur, but it was like Johnny Somali. I forget the exact word, but I remember it was just like like something akin to like a trespasser or something like that. Johnny Somali. We'll have to look him up after this video.
This YouTuber, which we will not name, and I'll blur his face because it's not worth anyone's time.
He's a terrorist. He's a
But
terrorist.
we will still ridicule. His goal was to travel all across Japan without paying any money. And none of it makes
I
any
remember
sense.
that.
He's just clearly here just to piss people off. So he enters his bus.
I think in Japan, people pay when they go out of the bus. It's time to go down, so... Yes.
680, yeah.
Six. Only
Six,
this.
80,
No, no, man.
80,
No.
police.
No, no.
Come on, police station. 80.
Yeah, police. Call the police.
I like this guy. I like this guy.
Call the
Oh,
police.
18 yen? Police. Absolutely.
It's
pissed.
11
I mean,
cents.
Yeah, he went on clearly like not wanting to pay. How the does he not have that? By the way, 18 yen? There's no way he doesn't have that. He's just like refusing to pay for drama. That has to be it. There's just no
What
way.
he's saying, I think I got in trouble, guys.
I don't know what he's saying.
He
He spoke English. That was English, you fucking idiot. Dude, actually, to be fair, Japanese people do this to me, where they're so shocked that if you speak Japanese, they just refuse to understand you. Yeah, they're like, what? I get it. Like, I probably say it so badly that they don't get it, but at the same time, I'm like, I know. Just meet me halfway. Just meet me halfway, please. I'm trying to order McFlurry. God damn it. So a lot of words that are Americanized has to fit their
I've seen memes of this. Yeah, it's like a McFlurry. What? McFlurry. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of words just sounds like racist, but it's
Right.
actually how it's said. I'm at the drive-thru, I'm trying to order McFlurry, and I go McFurari, but they're like, McFry potato? McFurari. And they're like, they just don't get it. I'm like, desato, like dessert, ice cream. Ugh, why don't they get it? And then I squint, it's not McFurari, it's McFururi. And they're like, oh, McFururi. Oh, so. I'm like, God damn it.
It's the flurry, of course.
And apparently a lot of people, I'm not the
That's
only one,
too
I asked
funny.
friends and they're like, yeah, no one can order this.
We didn't really have that much of a problem ordering food. We just pointed.
Alright, back to this idiot.
in the bus and drove me to the police station.
And now it's time to teach you how
Yeah, he actually drove into the police station over 18 yen, which is absolutely true. Plus, like, if you're trying to go across Japan, you wouldn't go on a bus. Like, he clearly went on a bus
Yeah.
to do this.
It's content,
Super
man.
annoying. I hate it
Content.
so
You
much.
gotta get the content.
The whole concept of this video is that whoever wins this race gets $10,000, which is such a...
There was a Russian girl that was extremely mouthy in my high school, and one day I had enough of it because I had started to learn Russian.
So he now
so
takes
that
the
way I could
Shinkansen,
talk
like the
back to
fast
her.
train.
And so
to
in
teach
fluent
you how to
Russian,
get the train for
I had
free.
said you shouldn't
Summit.
talk
Okay,
crap
tutorial
behind
how to
people's
do
backs
something
in
for free.
another
Okay,
language,
just don't
especially
pay.
when they know
Secret
what the hell
ingredient
you're
is
saying.
crime.
And
The
it
thing is,
scared
you
the
can't
crap
enter
out
this
of
area
her.
without buying
Dude, that's
tickets,
just
so
like
he's already
you.
lying.
That's just
Unless you jump
beautiful
over,
revenge,
which I doubt
Yeah, he
would
would've
get
filmed
away
it if he
with.
did that.
So he
That
already
is just
lied. Like, he bought
karma.
a ticket just to fake that he didn't buy a
the
ticket.
train and I will find the toilet and go straight to the toilet. Here is the bathroom. I will just lock myself.
Way to look like least conspicuous as
Get the hood up.
possible.
No one will ever know.
What the yeah, no one will suspect me.
So I came to my destination now. I think he's waiting for me outside.
And I was right. He was just waiting to catch me. So the only thing I could do is to pretend that I'm sick.
That's the only thing you could do in that situation. Not
You,
just like
you couldn't
buy
just
the
pay
ticket.
them the money.
When you're in trouble and you may be arrested, just pretend like you're sick and they'll just let you go. Oh, well, you're sick. You're free to go, sir. Sorry.
Oh.
No. Sí, sketto. Sketto, alright, no. Sketto.
English, I don't understand if there was a way. Chiquetto.
He released me and immediately I started running. But he called the police and they are searching for me now.
And that's how you get stuff for free, as long as you can outrun the police.
I think because it's Japan, everyone is so nice. People like assume it's okay to take advantage almost. Like they have this idea that, oh, no one's gonna tell me off, so it's okay.
Yeah, dumbasses. They're the ones that are like, oh, I can do whatever I want. They're so nice.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's something inherently actually racist about that, I feel like. But I was trying to find like stuff he did in this video because it was deleted. I found this Japanese news one where he gets dubbed. And they do him way too nicely. Like they give him this cool anime voice.
Really?
Thank you.
And he's
Yeah.
Oh, well, what
Success Seiko.
voice actor?
It kind of makes me want to commit a crime. Yeah.
Oh, maybe, you know.
They had a whole press conference about this guy. It's crazy.
Did they actually have a press conference about
I
it?
appreciate they
How
take it so
bored
seriously,
are?
though.
How
The-
bored is
the
Japan?
head of-
And
the
they have
head
a
of
whole
J
press
Airlines
conference
even.
about
Yeah,
one
they really took this seriously.
stupid ass
should.
Good.
YouTuber.
Yeah.
This is like, this is pure boredom.
This guy looks like he hasn't slept in months. He has bags under his eyes. Man,
Bro,
I've been watching all the footage, and God, I hate these terrorists.
He just said this is really f***ing annoying.
Dude, that's like night after night after night just following this
So, yeah,
guy's
that's
like
what his
live
little
shows
scheme
or
was.
whatever.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Like the ones that I keep seeing are like our English-speaking content creators. What about like the Japanese content creators? How are they?
Oh, there are a couple. Yeah. It's not. That's fair actually. There was the Shibuya mattress incident. He got arrested. This Japanese YouTuber put a mattress in Shibuya Crossing Square, like the most busiest place on the planet. Yeah, I mean, this was just a bit silly. I don't know. I think it's funny. There was a big, like, huge drama here because people like mixed the soy sauce with your chopsticks or something. Like they did something like slightly unsanitary, and Japan just like lost it.
Well, you're not supposed to.
Ginger terror, they called it.
Ginger terror?
It's no laughing matter.
So he pushed his chopsticks into the common use container directly into his mouth. His own chopsticks.
Contamination.
Directly. You're supposed to use the thong thing.
Sushi terrorism.
And this behavior has become known as
sushi terrorism. I just now noticed the weird editing that they were doing with Ken. It is funny.
That terrorists. Oh my god, it's the best word.
Gosh,
it's the best
you know what?
description
I
I've
take
ever
it
heard.
back. All of us, every single foreigner that goes to Japan, we're all terrorists. We're all just mini terrorists. Sushi terrorism.
I get it's gross. Like, yeah, don't do that. The last guy everyone's talked about, this idiot. We'll just blur him and not talk about him, but it's still worth seeing the footage because he's such an idiot. All you need to know is he's a kick streamer. I should tell you.
Of course, he's a kick streamer. Fuck kick streamers.
He's like bothering people on the subway, and then this Asian-looking guy shows up.
You know where I'm from? Where you from? I'm from America. You're from America? Yes. So am I. You're from America? Yeah, you're being obnoxious. You know what we do to you? What do you do? We will do again. Do what? Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
That is so fucked up. What is wrong with you? Holy shit, bro. We were just talking about how, like, surprisingly, it's not Americans that are the loudest or most obnoxious in Japan. Well, holy shit. I take it back. We're the worst. We're the worst offenders. What did he say? He said he's... Cause this guy, right? This guy is from America, right? But he came back. I guess he came back to Japan. He's obviously Japanese American, but he said, "Oh, we'll do it to you again." And he's like, "Oh, you'll do what? You'll do what?" And he's like, "Hiroshima, bro." Like, they also did Pearl Harbor, so like, what kind of threat is what threat is that?
Hiroshima, Nagasaki. You understand? Do you think I'm Japanese? Where are you from? I'm from America. Where are you from? What's your name? Texas, buddy.
I love this guy. Texas, buddy. Yeehaw, mother. I'm glad.
Imagine that's actually so funny. That's an anime idea. A Japanese American coming from America, coming back to Japan, and he's a Texan. He's a Texan Japanese American coming back to Japan, and he's living out his adulthood in Japan. But he's still a true blue collared hot-blooded Texan. Americans really like to bring up Hiroshima over and over. In general, America just like some of these fucking morons, they just like to bring up the most heinous shit like it's nothing. That's got to be like the biggest what the hell moment for both racist Americans as well as elderly Japanese people. It's like, he's like, wait, you were born in Texas? What? he's a prim and proper Japanese man who owns 64 guns. Exactly. Dude, he'd be fucking that would be a fucking bomb-ass, that would be a bomb-ass anime. Honestly.
Then sit down, brother. Why don't you sit?
Can we make an anime about that
Idiot. So
guy?
he broke into this.
About
This got
the
banned from
Texan
Japan now,
Japanese
they kicked him
American?
out
Is it-
for good.
Yeah, they kicked him out. Yeah, Japan has.
And he has to be when he like goes out to bars. When he goes out to bars or when he's like drinking with his coworkers after work. Cuz he works in a business building. I mean, he's in a suit obviously, but he needs to pull out a hat when he gets he needs to pull out a hat when he gets to the bar, like a cowboy hat. And like he needs to like instead of like he has business shoes when he works in the building, but when he leaves, he's wearing cowboy boots instead. Like leather cowboy boots.
99% conviction rate. So.
Wow. if you get caught, you're done.
That's the thing. Like Japan is nice, but if you fuck around, you're done. So he broke into one of the construction sites.
And when told to leave, he kept saying Fukushima, Fukushima, which was the nuclear accident which occurred in 2011.
Fukushima? Of course he would say Fukushima. Why is he wearing that fucking mask too though?
So funny.
Also, I also noticed when the Japanese work on construction, they do it at night mostly. They mostly do it at night, which I think is like it's because they don't want to obstruct things during the day. But I also feel like holy shit, nobody's going to sleep. If you're near that construction site, it's over. Your sleep's gone. I don't know. I just found it weird. I was like, whatever.
Too.
Yeah,
so painful.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
This is what got him arrested because Japan takes trespassing very seriously.
What's up, dude?
So yeah, a bunch of police showed up
Hello, what's up?
because of this. They're so polite, even though like he's being arrested.
Security check. What's the security on this? Wait, why are you taking a photo of me?
I like how we ask why they're taking photos of him. You're live
It's
streaming.
the classic
idiot.
content creator defense. What's happening? I'm so feigning ignorance. I have no idea what's going on all of a sudden. I'm a victim.
He loves it. He loves it. This is his content.
I don't want to empty my bag into there. Why? I just
like you're going to jail. Put your stuff in here.
Yo, this is great.
He's getting tipped at least.
Yo, wallahi, this is crazy.
Go minute. This is being so nice to him. Like, does not deserve it.
Acting like I'm a terrorist or something.
There you go. They said it. He is an actual terrorist. But he's been yelling Fukushima, Nagasaki, we will do it again. And it was like, I can't believe they treat me like I'm a terrorist.
What, they think I'm a terrorist of some kind? This is crazy. Why would they think that?
Anyway, bomb Japan. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, so he got arrested. Now he got deported. I don't know if he's banned for life or anything like that, but I think it will be really difficult for him to enter again, which is good. Get him out. I watched his channel and
kick
he
him out.
has like any views now. I never agree with this because people always say any publicity is good publicity. That's a lie. If I could take back all of it, 100%. Give me a time machine right now. I'll be the best boy ever.
Yeah, I bet you would be,
It's
huh?
not worth it. It's not gonna be worth it. You're not gonna grow your channel. You're just gonna make everyone hate you, and you'll regret it. Don't be an idiot. Better yet, don't be a terrorist. All right, check out Ken if you enjoyed this video. We make video together sometime. Can cover latest stuff.
Well,
like this.
also, like, why do you want to get hate clicks from visiting, like, a country that's, like, so, why do you want to get hate clicks? That, literally, that country does nothing anymore. It's literally just a tourist spot these days. They don't actively do anything. Like, they just sit there and look pretty and make anime. They make anime and they do cute shit. Like, why do you want to get hate clicks from a place like that? Honestly, that's just so weird to me. Honestly, so weird. Okay, let's look at a watch later. I have a feeling that we're gonna see very interesting. Oh, did we want to watch The Wacky World of Bath Salt Crimes? I'm actually so curious about this. I'm so curious about this.
In the early 2010s, people all over
Might
the
as
US
well,
and Europe
yeah.
were able to casually walk into any given convenience store and purchase illicit substances, hard ones to say the least. This led to nothing short of
I do remember
international
when Spice was
pandemonium,
being sold
some
in
wondering if it was the
gas
beginning
stations. It
of
was
the
weird.
zombie apocalypse.
It was a weird time. Like, straight up, it would just say Spice.
Bath salts, or known over in Europe as monkey dust, are what they have come to call designer drugs. They were called as such because, in order to hide their true nature as a hardcore drug, the designers would often brand the goods
Monkey dust? You guys did not call it monkey dust. Why do you all have, like, the weirdest phrases or the weirdest labels? Literally never heard of monkey dust. Did he pull it out of his ass? The darkest comedy ever drawn. It's a... Monkey Dust is a... Well, it is British. Monkey Dust is a British adult animated satirical sketch comedy series created by Harry Thompson and Sean Pye. The series is characterized by its dark humor, frequent shifts in animation styles, and handling of taboo topics such as bestiality, murder, suicide, and pedophilia, I'm assuming. They just spelled it wrong? You guys just spelled it wrong? BBC. Yep. Yep, BBC. I don't know, it might be a British thing. Anyways.
as either bath salts, cleaning powder, plant food, potpourri, or all manner of different products.
Potpourri!
Given their appearance
They
of
spell it with
white,
an A?
powder-like little
Yeah, they spelled it
granules,
with an
one
A.
might find those labels believable. They would then slap a sticker on that would read, "Not for human consumption," in order to create a little bit of plausible deniability, and hopefully avoid any sort of prosecution while dealing drugs in gas stations, convenience stores, and
Oh,
over
it's
the
the British spelling? There's some things I spell British, or
These
with a British
products
spelling,
first
but
came
some
to
I
be in
don't
around the
at
year
all.
2009, but it wasn't until 2010, 2011 that they really exploded in popularity, usage, and memes. Calls started pouring into US and
Yes, it
European
indicates
poison
pronounced as
control
an
centers
eh
as people went
sound
to their
instead of
local
an E.
convenience stores and gas
Ah.
stations to pick up their products and give them a try. After all, if they're legally, openly sold in shops, I mean, how dangerous could they be? I mean, they were easier to buy than a simple can of beer. Well, the answer to that question is very. In 2010, the number of calls to US poison control centers involving bath salts was around 300. In 2011, however, that number ballooned into an astounding 6,000. If one were to ingest the designer drugs, they would face all manner of concerning symptoms. Headaches, nausea, chills, heart palpitations,
Why?
paranoia, and even anxiety/panic attacks. If
Were
one who
people
were
actually,
already
like, eating
susceptible
this
to
shit?
psychotic
Were they eating it or
conditions were to
smoking it?
ingest, smoke, snort, inject, or otherwise administer the dangerous substance, it would tend to send their
Oh, so, like, all
pre-existing
three.
disorders into overdrive.
Both.
It wasn't unusual for people to experience
Smell or
hallucinations,
smoke, snort.
delusions, and erratic behavior.
Okay.
And that's putting it lightly. The first incident to really bring bath
so
salts into the
fucking
forefront of the
weird,
public
dude.
conscience was
Oh,
an incident
gosh.
known
Hello,
as the
Sela.
Miami Cannibal
Hello.
Attack, or more casually, the bath salt zombie.
The bath salt zombie.
This was when, on May 26th of 2012, a man named Rudy Eugene attacked a homeless man on the MacArthur Causeway in Miami, Florida. The entire incident, which was caught on tape, became broadcast on news channels not only throughout the US, but internationally as well. The attack started when Rudy accused the homeless man, Ronald Popo, of stealing his Bible. He then beat him until he lost consciousness, tore off his pants, and most shockingly began to bite down on his face. Rudy began to eat away at the unconscious man's face, ultimately biting off most of his face above the beard line, including eating his entire left eyeball.
What?
The whole attack left Ronald completely blind, but surprisingly alive. The savage assault didn't end until the Miami PD arrived and shot Rudy on the spot.
Wait, what? FYI, they aren't called designer drugs because they are disguised as household products. They are called as such because the compounds are purposefully crafted to be very close to compounds on the controlled substance list, thus having similar effects while being technically legal. When designer drugs are banned, the designers often go back to the drawing board and tweak one little group of the molecule to make it technically a different substance again. I don't usually condone shooting on sight, but to be honest, those cops probably thought they were looking at a zombie. I mean, probably.
Johnson underscore just followed.
Yo, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the tank. Yo. What the fuck? Those are the best drugs ever. What designer drugs?
Police initially believed that bath salts were involved, given the pure psychopathy of the carnage they had seen. They couldn't believe that any average sort of psychosis could have led to such a brutal scene without some sort of intoxicant being involved. But toxicology tests came to show no drugs in Rudy's system aside from cannabis. This is where a bit of controversy began. Some would claim that this was a sign that bath salts weren't involved at all, while others would claim that the standard testing wouldn't have revealed the chemicals in bath salts in the first place. Regardless, this became the most well-known bath salts-related crime and brought the designer drugs into the spotlight.
You know what?
Whether
I vaguely remember this incident, actually. Now that I think about it, I vaguely remember it. Oh wait, is the guy who removed the head and ate it on a bus? On a bus? What are you talking about? No, the guy died. They killed him. They straight up shot him on sight because he was eating a man's face. And you saw that man. He was like completely disfigured. Dude might have just had a psychotic break, to be honest. I can understand a psychotic break, but to be eating somebody's face, like to beat somebody until they're not moving and then start eating their face, there's gotta be some drugs involved. Something.
whether or not this case really involved a substance, many others have
I don't know, maybe some people are just in that insane. Yeah? Some people just want to eat people. I guess cannibals do exist, and they don't do drugs. Yeah, but marijuana isn't gonna do that. Yeah, marijuana definitely isn't gonna do that.
At 5 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon, Tracy walked out into the middle of a high...
Yeah, she looks well-adjusted. She looks like she could be the next mayor. Or like, she looks like she could sit in the Supreme Court. Is she, like, missing her teeth? Does she have no teeth? Make that the next president? Honestly, it might be a better president than the current. We're not getting political.
Highway in Pompano Beach, Florida, and pulled up her shirt to show her bare chest. She didn't stop there, pulling off her pants as well and showing passers-by the full set of goods, front and back, as she spun around in an intoxicated stupor. Motorists were rubbernecking as the naked woman posed and danced throughout the street, leading to danger in more ways than one.
I fucking love that term, rubbernecking. Yeah, you don't really have a lot of good options right now, huh? Yeah, no, not really, but it is what it is. Apparently, there's this one guy that constantly tries to run for presidency. Does anybody remember, or does anybody know? Sexy vegan. Politician! Here's one of our options. 2024 candidate for the US president, sexy vegan. Yep. How about this guy for our president? Yeah, about. Oh gosh, what is this about page? Sexyvegan.net. Is Vermin Supreme running right now? I have no idea. Oh. Famous personality who garnered national attention when he was a guest on Dr. Phil in 2017. Although he was removed from the stage in that episode, he was brought back the following year. Born Hansel Marion De Bartolo, he legally changed his name to Sexy Vegan after moving to West Hollywood in 2016. He calls himself the Beautiful Vegan Messiah. He initially pursued a career as an actor, appearing in the 2007 independent film The Minx. He released a 28-track a cappella album titled Ending World Suffering the Fun Way. What? Associated Chris Brown's posted a video of him in 2017 singing his song Skinny with a Big Butt. Yeah. Sexy vegan. Sexy vegan. Why Dr. Phil talk show is ending and what Phil McGraw has planned next. What is that? What does that have to do with anything? I don't. What happened to Sexy Vegan since he first appeared on the show? Tune in Wednesday to find out. Oh gosh. Oh god. And like he has tattoos on his face. No, that's his legal name now. Legal name. Oh. Oh, that's nice. What the fuck is what? Why? 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 Yeah, that's one of our presidential candidates.
When
Feeling
police
really
officers
good.
arrived,
Sorry, I
she
gotta go.
refused to
Gotta watch
stop
a 1K
posing her
follower
nude body
social
in the
stream.
middle of the speedway,
Alright, take care,
telling
bye-bye.
the officers, quote, "I don't give a fuck," when they told her that what she was doing was illegal. The police threw
Again,
cuffs
does
on
she have
Tracy
teeth?
and arrested her then and there. It was immediately very clear that she wasn't completely coherent. Either way, she was taken in and booked. The police took a mugshot that has become nothing short of legendary, painting a clear picture of the results of abusing this particular substance. While it was initially widely reported that she was on bath salts at the time of the crime, the police never did come out with a specific confirmation. Regardless, she was held in jail on a $600 bond while the internet laughed off the entire incident. Miami wouldn't be left with only one bath salts related incident.
Of course it
not
would be
by a long
Florida. It
shot.
would be the hot spot for this shit.
One summer day, a man named Shane Schuler went into a local park on 19th Avenue, a park notably located directly behind the North Miami Beach police station. He stripped down, removing all of his clothes, and laid down on a park bench. This
Why
was
did they
when
all
a
have to
woman
go
and her daughter
naked?
entered through the park at the 20th Avenue entrance when they saw Shane lying there, naked, on the bench. The mother said that he was completely naked with his junk on full display. This was
I
when she
bet.
tried to walk past him and out of the park, but Shane stood up as she came into his vision, exposing himself fully to her toddler.
No.
This was when Shane looked the kid straight in the eyes and said, chillingly, "Come here, little girl, I want to stick it in you." Needless to say, the mother grabbed her daughter and fled the scene. Luckily, Shane never did get close enough to even touch
that's
them.
okay.
Being right behind a police station, it wasn't long before the police were on the scene and arresting him.
You know what?
Upon
I could
arrest,
imagine
they
that being
searched
a
his
psychotic
clothes
break.
and found
Should
his
have
wallet
stabbed him.
containing both his ID and, as you may expect, bath salts. In court, Shane explained that he was indeed using the drug when he began to feel unbearably hot and removed his clothes in order to cool off in the fountain.
Yeah, but why would we want to
Feeling
stick it
this
in a
overwhelming
stick
sense
it
of
in?
heat is a notably common side effect of the drug. Surveillance camera footage from the park proved the mother's story.
So do all bath salt victims become like naked? Do they all just strip down to nothing? That first guy did it. The one that was eating the guy's face, he kept his clothes on. So that must have been a one-off thing. That must not be common.
To be correct, Shane was soon hit with various charges related to lewd activity and exposure.
Case number
Bath
3.
salts related cases weren't relegated to Florida by any means. It was becoming an international issue for sure. One of the more memorable cases took place in New York City. It all started when two teenage boys were playing basketball outside of their home, only to see a middle-aged looking woman, Pamela McCarthy, age 35, come rolling down the stairs leading up to her second-floor apartment.
You can see one tooth left.
With the two buildings sharing the same parking lot, the boys were able to get a good view of what was happening as they saw this woman tumble down the stairs, rolling over her 3-year-old son, landing on top of him. She stood up, with her arm around the young boy's waist. Despite having just wiped out onto the concrete, she stood up as if nothing had happened at all. She immediately began to argue with her boyfriend, Jason Williams, who was already outside. Then she locked eyes with one of the teenage boys, showing a spark of anger and shouting, "You better get out of here, you nasty F-slur." That was when the boy dropped his basketball and ran upstairs to tell his dad what was going on. Pamela started to chase the boy, but he was able to get her lost behind a parked car and create some distance. Pamela then gave up, instead walking over and sitting down next.
I feel like these people that like took these bath salts and did these heinous crimes or whatever They were doing other drugs previously, and just the bath salts were cheaper. That had to have been the only reason why these people even got to this point in their lives, that they do this shit, because they already were on drugs, and they're like, bullshit, I'm too broke for meth or cocaine, so I need something. Or they wanted a new high. I guess they wanted to get experimental. I don't know. I feel like the thing with drugs is like, you get a very loyal fan base, or you have very loyal customers. You know, they try it once, and if they get addicted, you know, they keep coming back for that same stuff. So I'd imagine it'd be kind of hard to, like, venture off, but, I guess not. I don't know. Circumstances, I guess.
To her young son, choosing to begin choking him instead. Hands around his neck, she began to spin in circles
so
and
I'm
laugh.
making grow my own.
The teenager called 911 immediately as soon as he got inside. Pamela then ran back up the stairs of her apartment. When she came back out,
Isn't
she
there
was
something where they go
naked.
like or
she picked up her
isn't
child
there like
and
a
threw him
saying
down onto
for
the
people
ground.
that like
her boyfriend
they
scooped
grow
the boy
weed
up and ran
and she's
across the
naked?
street to
Of
a
course she's
nearby
naked.
convenience
They're
store.
all naked.
Pamela ran after
They
him,
can't stand to have
stopping
their
in the
clothes
middle
on.
of the street. She then came back to her
That should be a
apartment
side
building
effect.
and began to climb back
Like,
up the stairs,
not
only
that,
getting about halfway up
not that
before
you
she fell
overheat,
all the
you
way
just
back
take
down
your
to the
clothes off.
ground, landing headfirst
That
onto
should
the
be, like-
concrete. She
that
sat
should be
up,
something you should
calmed down
legitimately
for
write
about a
on,
minute,
like,
and began to attempt the
prescription
stairs again.
medications.
She got back into her
This-
apartment one
may
more
take-
time,
may
this
take
time
all
coming
clothes
out
off,
with a
may
pit
remove
bull,
all clothes.
only to roll down the stairs once
May
again.
strip down,
Just as she did with her son, she landed on top
and
of
may
the dog
flash the
and
whole
began to
neighborhood.
choke him as well.
Oh, but there's like a
This all
thing
took
where
place over only about 5 minutes. This was when the first police
don't
began to show
smoke
up.
what you grow.
Pamela began to growl at them
I mean,
as
it's
they
like mostly
approached
for
her.
weed
When they got
dealers, though.
close, she attempted to bite one of them. They sprayed her
Of
with
course.
some pepper spray, but it had absolutely no effect.
Of course.
Still
Whoa!
having her arm around the dog's neck, the police officers tried to pull her off, but it couldn't be done. This was when one officer warned her that he would tase her. She didn't care, so he fired once. As with the pepper spray, it had no effect. Pamela didn't even flinch. Trying again, he pressed the taser up against her back and fired. She finally let go of the dog, and this was when a trooper was able to slap some handcuffs on her. She fell onto her stomach as the cop put
Was
his
she
knee on
eating
her
the
back
dog?
to hold her down.
Like-
Little did they know, Pamela was just recovering from heart surgery when she decided it would be an opportune time to try the drug. She went into cardiac arrest shortly after and was rushed to the hospital where she ultimately passed away. Her boyfriend
Of
said after
course.
the fact that he had known of her history of drug abuse, but he had never seen her like this. Many times in the past, he had tried to get help for her, even trying to get her own mother to do something. This grandmother then took custody of Pamela's son, who was luckily treated with only minor injuries.
Well, thankfully, I was like kind of more worried about the kid than I was about her. But it is sad that she had like a heart attack. But that
Down in
her
Georgia,
own
a
fault.
bizarre case took place that would do nothing to help the currently spreading rumors that bath salts were leading to a cannibalism epidemic, with some even saying that they would lead to
Cannibalism.
the start of the zombie apocalypse.
bath
On
salts
an
start
average
apocalypse.
day, some patrons were hitting some balls
Visco
at a
girls
golf
go
course when
mad.
they saw a young man, Carl Laventure,
Isn't
jump
that
out
what
of the
was
woods
popular back then,
completely
Visco
naked
girls?
as he began to run around the Atlanta golf range. He picked up a club from
like
the
the
ground
really
and
large
began
like
to wave it
keychains
around
and
his head as he
the
screamed.
flasks and stuff.
Police were called. Once they showed up, they attempted to
And,
subdue
like,
the
the
man, but they
scrunchies?
couldn't. This was due to what they themselves called his superhuman strength. When that failed, they turned to the pepper spray. This also left him completely unfazed. He didn't even attempt to wipe it off or even close his eyes, leaving them wide open, red and bloodshot as he continued to battle the police. Concerned, they upped the ante and pulled out the tasers. The first shot did knock Carl down to the ground, but it only stopped him for a mere moment before he stood back up and continued his attack. One officer said, "We had to tase him approximately 5 more times on the scene to get him down. It took several officers to hold him down to get him cuffed." A video clip was recorded once Carl was finally on the ground. He was face down, naked, and mumbling incoherently. He began
Why
to
are
state
they
that he was
all-
going to
they're
eat the
all
faces off
naked,
of the
man.
officers. Between gibberish,
Perverts. They're
curse
all
words, and
perverts.
nonsensical babbling, he threatened to eat
This is like
even
the
more of the
pervert
golf
drug.
course patrons. He then rambled
Makes
about
you naked
Tupac
and turns
Biggie
you to a
before
cannibal.
he started to make
It's like
animal
a,
noises before moving on to more threats.
It's almost like a yandere drug in a way.
He
Why
attempted
not?
to look up at the officers, saying, "I'ma eat you. I'll eat you. I don't want to eat you, but I will. The police were able to take him under control and haul him out to a
was very
nearby
considerate of
hospital.
him. I don't want to eat you, but I
Unfortunately, he
will.
wasn't finished.
You know,
He
if it
lashed
comes
out
to
and
it.
attacked one of the nurses on site,
Nothing
causing another brawl
freeing-
with the police. His behavior was quickly
Than
linked
in
to
a
bath
birthday
salts as
suit.
well, only further bringing
Fair.
the designer drug into the spotlight.
You know what I will say? When I did that, it wasn't a mixed bath, but when I did that, open air bath, the onsen in Japan, of course, my first few steps, I was, like, nervous. I had my towel kind of wrapped around me, but then, like, once I was just like, wait the fuck a minute, or once I realized, like, one, I can't bring the towel in, two, I don't give a fuck anymore. Dude, it was the most freeing experience. I walked around the place like I owned it. I gave no fucks. Everything was out. Titty ass, all of it. A mixed bath. It wasn't a mixed bath, but it was an open air bath. So it was like one side for women and one side for men. But yeah. It was the most freeing thing in the world. Case number 5.
The chaos spread all the way to Houston, Texas. This was where a woman named Stephanie Dillard was driving along the road with her 3 children before she came to crash into a bus. All 3 of her kids, aged 16, 12, and 5, were left with minor injuries but fortunately survived the collision. Stephanie, instead of caring for her kids, instead began to strip off all of her clothes as she ran across the street into a nearby CVS. Upon entering the store, she quickly made her way over to the frozen food section and found the ice cream. She began to ravenously consume the ice cream then and there in the store while continuing to remove her clothing. When the police arrived, she continued to eat the ice cream while attempting to both fight and evade the police officers. Eventually, she was taken into custody.
She was an
charged
ice
with
cream
multiple
menace.
counts of endangering the welfare of a child as the kids were taken to live with their grandmother. Her bail was set for $2,000. The police, once again,
I
came
just
to
wanna
find that
hear
this
the
case
court
was
hearings of
related
these
in large
cases.
part to the use of bath salts.
I want to be a fly on the wall for some of these cases, I swear. That had to be like the strangest thing to like talk about.
Up
Ma'am?
in Illinois, a man named
Why were you
Matthew V.
naked?
Miller, upon ingesting the substance himself, jumped onto the top of a stranger's car and held onto the hood for an entire 4 miles as the driver attempted to get away. The driver was terrified of Matthew's demeanor, saying that he was out of his mind. When the car came to a stop, the police took Matthew into custody. Matthew exclaimed that he was merely
Sandwich,
trying to run
Illinois.
away from people that were trying to eat him. Police came to find an empty vial which previously contained bath salts out near where the ride started, believing that they had belonged to him. Matthew, lucky to even be alive without major injury, was charged with possession of a controlled substance, disorderly conduct, and criminal damage to property.
This is crazy. I think spice is still
In
legal,
Pennsylvania,
but
a 31-year-old new mother named Carla Murphy had just given birth 2 days prior and was still in the hospital. The doctors, feeling concerned that something was wrong with her mental state, decided to hold her over for a mental health evaluation. When they walked her back over to her new room, she began to freak out, running off into a nearby restroom. She stripped off all of her clothes and began to roll around on the bathroom floor while screaming in confusion. Doctors attempted to calm her down, but she was unable to respond to even the most basic of questions. She couldn't even answer as to where she was. Doctors administered an antipsychotic called Haldol and brought Carla to sit on the bed. She continued to flail around and yell at the staff. Eventually, she decided to make a break for it and run towards the door, pushing through a group of
dude,
nurses
she's
and security
postpartum
to
and
do
she's
so.
like,
The
is
hospital
this
security
active?
eventually brought her back to the bed and laid her down, but she shot back up one more time and punched a nurse in the face. She then kicked an officer and tried to bite him. She was held down until the Haldol finally put her to sleep, horse-kicking a nurse in the chest one last time as she faded out. Police came out to the hospital and arrested Carla when she came to. Investigators found a dismantled ink pen in her purse containing what appeared to be a white substance tightly rolled in medical tape with Disco written across. Disco was the name of a specific brand of bath salts that was in circulation at the time. She was taken
I
into Blair County Prison on a probation.
I remember seeing Disco inside gas stations. Some gas, not all gas stations, but some like the more Indian owned gas stations. I remember seeing Disco. Oh my god.
Violation and an outstanding warrant. She was soon
What
released
the
and given
fuck?
her freedom once again as the hospital police declined to press charges. After the incident, a caseworker visited her home and, upon getting permission from Carla and her boyfriend, began to look around. This led to police conducting a full search, finding needles, plenty of tinfoil, broken bottles containing brown residue, and, of course, bath salts. Carla's boyfriend admitted that she had a problem with the substance, but he had thought that she stopped using it after they previously had issues with her actions. In the end, both he and Carla were charged with various paraphernalia offenses.
What about the baby? I hope the baby's okay. Hope there's nothing wrong with the baby. Always the tinfoil.
Out in Ohio,
Yep,
Vandalia
always
to be
tinfoil.
specific, one family had quite the weird bath salts experience. In November, an 11-year-old boy came home to find a 44-year-old man, Terry Trent, sitting on his couch and watching TV. The boy had never seen this man before. The boy screamed out to his mother, who was next door with the neighbor. This was when Terry stood up and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I'll get my things and go."
What?
The mother called the police and screamed for the neighbors to come and help. She came over to get her son to see that candles were lit, the TV was on, and to her surprise, a Christmas wreath had been placed on both the front door and the garage door. She then went inside and was shocked to see that the drugged-up intruder had actually put up all of her Christmas decorations inside as well. Rather than getting into the
Aggressive
criminal
decorating.
spirit, it seems that Terry had been taken over by the holiday spirit instead. Christians may call this a Christmas miracle, but anyone else would probably just say that it's really weird. When the police came out, they caught Terry and found that he had a pocket knife on his possession, noting that it appeared he had been abusing bath salts. According to the police, he had a long history of drug-related charges against him.
Funky
Terry was
monkey.
charged with burglary and taken into the Montgomery County Jail.
They just went into a random neighbor's and he wasn't even naked. No, he was just chilling. He was just chilling on the couch. He just really had the itch for Christmas, and he had to let it out.
New York State
He was
clearly
filled
had
with the
its hands
Christmas
full with
spirit
the epidemic.
on that roll.
The bath salts cases weren't isolated to New York City by any means, with a smaller city named Utica notably having their own battle against the substance
Utica?
users.
I never heard of
While there
Utica.
were many cases within the city, a few gained more notoriety than the others. One Saturday night, the police were called out to investigate a woman who was reported to be, quote, emotionally disturbed. Once an officer approached her, she lunged
Emotionally
towards
disturbed.
him, pouncing on him and tried to bite down on his face. According to the police, she
Why?
was
Everybody
screaming
trying
that
to,
she
like,
wanted to kill them and
eat each other.
them.
I don't understand.
She was taken into the hospital for a mental health evaluation. 2 days later, the same police were called to investigate yet another woman going berserk on bath salts. Once the
Sorry, I
officers
had to
showed
lower
up to
him
the
down 'cause
scene
he
in
was, like,
which they were
covering my
called, they
face.
were greeted with the sight of a 22-year-old woman in the middle of the street wearing nothing but a pair of underwear. She was foaming at the mouth, running into traffic, behaving violently, and nearly getting hit by car after car. She was screaming to anyone who may listen that her clothes were electrocuting her and that she, in her own words, had metal inside of her, whatever that might mean. She said that her skin was burning, on fire, and that she couldn't get near any metal or wires. The police had to hold the woman down and restrain her
think
until
that's
an
a
ambulance
mix
could
of
arrive.
like bath
She was
salts
taken
and
to
then
St.
like
Elizabeth's
her
Hospital.
own psychosis.
It turns out that she had tried to inject the bath salts into her system, but upon failing, instead decided to eat the entire bag.
Not for human consumption.
While you may
This
have
is
had the
so
impression
weird.
that these problems were isolated to the US and Europe, Canada
Here I was thinking like bath bombs. That's what I think that's what I accidentally read. I read bath bombs, not bath salts. This is just like making me depressed. Top moments, judges lost their temper in court during high-profile trial. I want to watch this actually. This is more my speed. Here we
what
go.
are debunked, frivolous, sovereign arguments. And they want to say that they're not happy about it. What is the problem?
And the stranger was the one that actually shot you, not Mr.
Ooh,
Barrison.
you got
It's
the
the
whole
same
body.
situation.
He's like, hell no.
And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
That's the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
the state
you need to stop.
Specifically wrote
Oh,
you,
this is
Your
Daryl
Honor,
Brooks'
and
case.
said,
I
you know,
recognize
there was no
her.
incident that day.
Mr.
And
Brooks,
now you want to sit up here.
do not interrupt me or you will be removed to the other
and now
courtroom.
you want to sit up here.
Stop.
And try to
now.
add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here
Mr.
and talk
Brooks,
about
every
who has
time-
grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5
That cop
kids
is
that don't
ready
have
to
You
like
need to
just
stop right now
grab
or you will
him.
be removed.
Remove me then.
All right? He will be removed. He cannot simply stay
I don't
quiet when
consent
this
to being
court talks.
sentenced anyway. I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
We'll be in recess until he's
I don't
removed
even
to the other
understand
courtroom.
the true nature and cause.
This is adoption. What he was saying.
Dude, that guy's such a trip.
Okay, but what you are doing right now is highlighting something and making more of a spectacle. So if your office in general does not want to facilitate or incite violence, then we need to just sit down and move on. That's it. There were 18 witnesses, 16 or 18 witnesses that testified today. There was nothing that was said until Ms. McNeil made her point made, and, you know, we're moving on.
But is the court going to do anything about?
I love seeing these young judges. They just don't give a fuck.
When these people are upset about specific things that have gone on from that table, like shooting the middle finger up at this court and laughing and joking, Ms. McNeil, be quiet.
Oh.
When these people have sat in this courtroom and watched this behavior from that table, and they want to say that they're not happy about it, what is the problem?
Judge, I have no problem because I have thick skin. But once you bring in my children, I think that's highly improper. And speaking of
I didn't even know you have children. I don't know what you're talking about. Your children? What about your children?
First of all, Your Honor, this
Damn.
was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You
your...
should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
that
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed
forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in
me.
this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said.
I love
denied
when like
it,
the lawyer
or I
and
indicated
the
a
judge
bias
argues.
towards
I think
denial is what
it's
I
a
did.
more intelligible
Held it open
argument, but
with
it's
a bias
just
towards
it's more
denial.
funny. I
Why
think.
would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? You are already. I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue.
Oh my gosh.
Because in my mind, and I argued this,
Uh-huh.
it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect...
I'm not going to rehash the motion. Yeah, that's absolutely untrue. No. Your argument's of record. My comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe
Oh,
opens
he's
the door to
pushing.
this. For
Oh, he is
example,
pushing.
The defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car, on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone.
He's
The
just
defendant
talking
has
out of
just
his
testified
ass
this
from
morning
the looks of
that
them.
He agreed with that person in the yellow pants that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
Why are they face palming?
That's what he
Exactly. So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay.
You know,
it wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the defense
Don't
testimony.
get brazen with me.
Ooh.
You knew very well. You know
Damn,
very
he is
well
pushing
that an attorney
it.
can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two.
God, lawyers are evil.
Propensity.
They have to be evil. They are not cut from the same cloth.
I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity.
You know what we need to watch
If
again?
it's
We need
not
to watch
similar,
the
that's
court
whole
cams.
rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404.
Court cams is good.
The authorities, Wigmore and evidence, Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the crime. The prior act has to bear the signature of the accused.
I feel like we're
or it
missing
has
a
to
lot
be
of
so
like
similar as to suggest
a lot of lore here.
a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense. That's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think. Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line,
Over the
on
line?
commenting
With
on the
what?
defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule.
Whoops.
I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So
I'm
I don't wanna have
also
another
astonished,
issue
sir.
As long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
That's not a subpoena. The subpoena is when you actually get the subpoena paperwork by mail or I don't.
Is this Daryl Brooks again?
Mr. Brooks, you need to ask a question.
Can I get to it, Your Honor?
No, because you're trying to define something, which would be testifying, which you cannot do at this time. So the jury will disregard his last comment, but go ahead and ask a question of this witness.
You something else. Wow.
This is Daryl
Mr.
Brooks
That was
again.
inappropriate. Do you have any other questions
Yes,
for this
I do.
witness?
Yes,
Please
I do.
ask them. Would like to get through one more witness, but I
Gosh,
want
we're
to
gonna
take
see a lot of
short
Daryl
comfort
Brooks
break,
clips, aren't we?
For everyone, so I'll rise for the jury. Thank you.
At least he's wearing a suit. There was like a clip of him like taking his shirt off, apparently. Like he just strips.
Mr. Brooks, not now.
Not allowed to.
Not now. The jury is in this courtroom, and you will show respect for them and for this court.
Respect for them would be
Mr. Brooks.
telling them the truth.
Stop.
Oh my god, Daryl. He's
Putting
locked
you
up.
on notice that you are on the verge of this court creating a curative instruction about your frivolous arguments. I will not have you claim legitimacy for what are debunked, frivolous, sovereign arguments.
Then
That is why
prove it.
your questions
Prove it.
are being
Prove that it's
objected
frivolous.
to,
Prove
and
that it's
why
frivolous. Prove it.
all the cases that we've already referenced, sir. We are in recess. We'll be back
And
in
prove
5
it.
minutes. Thank you, everyone.
I don't agree to a estoppel. Can you prove it?
Away from the jury. How anybody in their right mind could
That is a
listen to
gnarly
these proceedings
hairstyle.
this morning and report that, much less Elizabeth Williams in the New York Times. Why they have her covering this case when
Oh,
she
I
wrote
don't
it?
want to
No,
go
no, no,
down.
Judge.
No,
gonna,
Attorney Pattis, I
may
don't.
I please
I
be
did,
heard?
no.
No, may I be heard?
No,
Because I'll do it on the
no.
courthouse steps under 3.6b
Then I
if I
suggest
have
you,
to.
Attorney Pattis, I have made it so clear that when I'm speaking, you have to stop speaking. You've got to you just can't push it like that. You are welcome to leave this courthouse. In fact, you're welcome. I suppose you could stay in the courtroom and say whatever you want, but when I'm on the bench and I tell you to stop speaking, you need to stop. I'm going to say this again. I don't know how if I'm not making myself clear, and maybe it's my fault. I do not want to sanction an attorney. I do not want to fine an attorney. I have gone almost 2 decades as a judge and never had to do that. And I don't want to do it now. But if we have a continued problem where you're talking over me, I don't know what else to do. I've asked you nicely. I'm literally almost begging you. I have no recourse but to do that. So I'm not asking for your response, but you are certainly welcome.
You almost have to like wonder when they like do this hairstyle, like what they're thinking when they put this up. He doesn't sleep with this, right? Like surely he doesn't sleep with it. Like this is not an attack on his person by any means. It just always makes me curious. Like people with like the out there styles. I guess it's not super out there. I mean, he still looks presentable. He looks cleaned up. Obviously, he's an attorney, but it just makes me wonder, you know?
To say whatever
Sorry,
you would like to
random
say
thought.
when
Random
we're not
thought.
on the record in the courtroom. That's your right to do so, and I know that you will.
But he does seem like the type
abide
that
the
would like
rules of
interrupt
professional
you while you're
conduct,
talking.
Along those lines, I want to just get back and say this. I am responsible for what happens on the record in this courthouse, in this courtroom, and I am not responsible for any other issues. So I don't want to respond to that or go down and address any such statements. My concern was that there were safety issues, or that there were statements made to the families, the plaintiffs, or to Attorney Maddie, given that we had the issue earlier. But I am so happy that that is not the case, so I think we can move on from this issue.
Oh, I hate fly season.
Hopefully,
I hate when it gets.
you will use
this
your
is the only
powers
part of
of
the
persuasion.
This is the only
and
part of
we
the
won't
warm
have,
season that I hate
any
is
further
when flies,
issues
bugs.
Where Mr. Jones is suggesting that the jury not follow their oath, frankly. So can we please move to the earlier filing about the curative clarifying charge?
May I be heard just because under Phillips v. Ward?
I don't think so, Attorney Pattis. I'm not giving you the opportunity. It's not a give and take here. I've said what I've said, and I think that is all I'm going to do on the topic. So are you prepared?
I'm begging you for an opportunity.
No, not at this, Attorney Pattis. No, I'm sorry. Do you want to be heard on your the curative charge now?
I have one more issue to raise with regard to the press conference, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not giving Attorney Pattis any further opportunity to address it. I think there's nothing at this point that I need to do.
Oh my!
If
Both
if
attorneys.
you disagree, I encourage either or both of you to file something in the file.
No one was jumping up when they were referring to the defense children.
No one jumped up to try to tap down that rhetoric. That is the rhetoric that I'm talking about. That is what I'm trying to be very clear on. Jeff Marcus, the state, they can hide behind their arguments, but we all are witnessing what is occurring in this courtroom.
Which is myself. I'm the judge,
And
I understand that I'm in
Thank you,
charge
Judge.
of the decorum, and I feel that 99% or a great percentage of what has been said has been appropriate. Everybody has maintained decorum, but for a few comments, it's best to just move on as opposed to highlight them.
This is true, Judge, but I am witnessing a building of momentum, and I'm encouraging the court to direct the state to tap down on that momentum so it does not reoccur and it does not become a theme. Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, for the record, the only thing the state has said to any of these witnesses when they get up is, would they like to say something on behalf of the victim they're representing? There's been no encouraging or inciting, as Mr. Weeks has put on this record. That is a blatant falsehood and a recreation of the record. As far as no objections being made, it's the defense that could have objected. It's not the state's duty to object to their own witnesses when they're testifying.
Okay. Listen, I've already heard. If you have anything else to say, you can put it in writing at a later
I kind
time.
of want to hear.
I've heard
I
from
kind
both
of want to see
sides
this
more than
trial
once.
in its full
That's gonna be
entirety.
it. I've made my decision. Like I said, 99% of what's been testified to has been appropriate. I do not want to highlight the few things that were said that were perhaps not appropriate, and let's move on.
Judge, I'm asking for 20 seconds next.
You can have as many seconds as you want in writing, and you can put all of your objections in writing. They've been made multiple times from your chief assistant, from Ms. McNeil, and I don't want to hear anything else. I've already heard it. Is there something that has not already been argued?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, exactly what is it?
Judge, before Mr. Schachter took the podium and testified before this court, I wanted to reflect that both Mr. Marcus and Mr. Satz looked at the statement prior to the reading. And so their implicit adoption of what he was saying, of this improper arguments, was improper in this court, and the court should chastise.
Okay, but what you are doing right now is highlighting something and making more of a spectacle. So if your office in general does not want to facilitate or incite violence, then we need to just sit down and move on. That's it. There were 18 witnesses, 16 or 18 witnesses that testified today. There was nothing that was said until Ms. McNeil made her point made, and, you know, we're moving on.
This is what we watched earlier. Oh, he's not sitting down. He's not backing down.
When these people are upset about specific things that have gone on from that table, like shooting the middle finger up at this court and laughing and joking, Ms. McNeil, be quiet.
Damn.
When these people have sat in this courtroom and watched this behavior from that table, and they want to say that they're not happy about it, what is the problem?
Judge, I have no problem because I have thick skin. But once you bring in my children, I think that's highly
What did she say? What did she say? Children.
I don't know what you're talking about. Your children? What about your children?
For them to comment on my children is highly improper, and for this court to allow that kind of testimony is also improper.
I don't remember any comments about any children. And if there was, it obviously didn't, it came and went without me noticing it.
Judge, I can assure you that if they were talking about your children, you would definitely notice it.
You need to sit down right now. You're out of line. In fact, you're excused. You need to go sit in the back with your chief public defender.
Damn.
He's the public defender, Judge.
Mr. Weeks, please ask the lawyer from your office to go sit down and not say anything else. To try to threaten my children and bring up my children is inappropriate. Go to the back of the room now.
Dang.
That just violated about every rule of professional responsibility that I have never. If you're going to get up here and you're going to...
Judge, I asked you to go sidebar on this matter.
You, sidebar or not, you don't have one of your assistant public defenders say something about my children?
Judge, that same venom that the court is expressing is the same venom that defense counsel had to sit through this entire morning when
She
their
brought
children
up her
were
children
being
multiple
referenced.
times during the trial. Nobody knows if I'm barren or not. They don't know
Judge,
about my children.
Judge.
Sit down. Sit down.
Judge,
Sit down, Mr. Weeks.
please do not summarily dismiss me.
I'm summarily dismissing
asking
you.
the
Go
court.
sit down.
I'm asking the court.
Oh.
I asked the court to go sidebar.
Go sit down. You don't threaten the
Judge,
Court's children.
everyone
Your
in this
assistant just
courtroom-
did that. Go sit down.
No one in this courtroom had to endure what we had to
Go
endure.
sit down. Miss McNeil has made her children a spectacle more than once during this trial. That was her choice. You have absolutely no right to have one of your assistants come up here and suggest something about my children. Now, please go sit down.
Judge.
You're
Judge,
inappropriate and out of line. Go sit down.
Judge, may I have a brief recess?
No. Go sit down.
May I have a brief recess so I can speak to my attorneys?
We're moving on with the sentencing, Mr. Weeks.
So can I have a brief recess?
No.
Thank you.
It's 1:36. Thank you.
Damn. Like, she was not playing around. Bro, what kind of trial was that?
What's the nature of your objection, Mr. Shellhorn?
Oh, I can't wait to hear this shit.
Judge, I think there was a question there suggesting that.
I love, like, the difference. Like, when you see a female judge, they're usually really pretty. They're very young looking, youthful, but they're very sharp. Very sharp tongue, sharp witted, you know, because they have to be in that situation. And then you get, like, male judges with, like, the fucking little gizzard that they have, like turkeys do. It's just so strange to me. I've never seen... No, I did see a young judge, or a young male judge, but it's very rare to see a young male judge.
At the attack, the dog bite, and I think there was something else was going on before any shots were fired. I'm
Yeah,
not sure
I don't
what
even know what
exactly
the I don't even know what the factual basis is for that.
Judge, I can ask a witness.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Not without a factual basis. You just can't ask for speculation. That's what you're asking for.
I'm asking you a question whether or not.
There's no evidence that it happened before. None.
Judge,
Not a scintilla
I believe
of evidence on the record so
A
far
scintilla. I want to use that
So
word.
that supports that question.
if a witness says that something happened, I can't ask them if.
You've asked them 500 questions about what happened, about her recollection.
How
of it,
does one... What is a
which is fine.
scintilla?
Now you're asking, well, are you sure?
What is a scintilla? How do you spell it? Scintilla. Is that how you spell it? A tiny trace or spark of a specified quality or feeling. I actually spelled it right. That's crazy. Dude, I'm so fucking good at spelling. I actually spelled it right, even though this is my first time ever hearing the word. Dude, my understanding of the English language is actually insane. I am on, like, fucking speed racing level. I am so high tier.
Sure it didn't happen before. You have no basis to ask that.
Her recollection is horrible.
No, it's not.
She's changed her story over and over.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't, Mr. Belinkus, it does not allow you to suggest to this jury to engage in speculation, which is what you're doing. Your client doesn't remember the incident, according to the expert reports. So that's not a factual basis for you. And there's nothing in this record to suggest that any of this happened, the beating, the phone, the dog bite, before. In fact, we have a 911 call where it's patently obvious that the dog is in the area because it is incessantly barking and heard over the 911 call, which is after the shooting.
No, it's a court case about a dog biting, really.
You need a factual basis. That is black letter law 101.
My factual basis, Judge, is that these people, both Cataract and Goodwin, have a motive to lie with regards to what happened. They filed a lawsuit. There's hostility.
But again, even assuming all that's true,
so why?
There's no evidence. No, but there's no evidence in the record. That's like saying, well, isn't it true that a stranger drove down the road when Michael Barrasone was there and got out of his car, and the stranger was the one that actually shot you, not Mr. Barrasone? That's the same situation. There's no evidence in the record that that happened. You're just trying, you're trying to create in the jury's mind some alternate issue without any facts in the record to support it. Now, if Mr. Barrasone were going to testify about something, that's different. But the experts have said he doesn't remember anything about the incident.
Understood, Judge, but...
Do you understand? Do you, sir?
Obviously, I abide by it, but in this particular case, this witness's testimony, as well as her
I have the fly
boyfriend,
swatter, I'm ready.
which are basically the only two pieces of evidence.
No, and the 911 call,
Okay.
which lays out exactly what happened immediately after the shooting.
Immediately after the shooting, and I believe I can question the timing of the shooting based on their inconsistent statement. Their
I feel like
motivation to
my
lie,
tiny little
No,
brain
you're not
can't
gonna-
keep
not-
up with
not
like
to
the
create
arguments
some alternate universe
because we're kind
scenario
of getting
without
just
something
thrown in
the
the
record.
middle.
I can't get anything.
Like we
from
don't
the
know what the
record,
case
Judge,
is
unless
about.
I
We
can
don't
ask
know.
these-
We don't know details.
There's plenty in the record so far.
I
There's
think we
plenty in
need
the
to go
record
back
so far.
to some
But
trash
nothing in the
TV.
record to show that the beating, the dog bite, and everything happened before the shooting.
Well, Mr. Goodwin is going to testify, Judge, that Mrs. Cataract disappeared for a significant period
All right,
of time.
well then ask him that.
I think it was
Ask
this,
him
right?
that question.
I think it was this
Plausible.
playlist. We did. Hold on, we gotta find the actual video that we were on though.
I was a monster. I was a monster then. And I was a monster. And I took Brittany Drexel's life.
We're in Georgetown, South Carolina for a plea hearing. 62-year-old Raymond Moody has been charged with murder, kidnapping, and criminal sexual conduct. 13 years earlier, Brittany
anybody
Drexel,
remember
a
which, episode we
17-year-old
were
from
on?
Rochester, New
Which
York,
video?
had gone to
Oh,
Myrtle Beach, South
okay, never
Carolina.
mind. It's highlighted here, so we're good. We're teen claims.
Pointing the gun directly at your brother's
Teen claims
chest.
brother's death was accidental.
You feel like you're gonna live today? You pulled the trigger, and that's why the jury convicted you.
Next, we head to Jackson, Michigan for a sentencing hearing.
Jackson, Michigan.
17-year-old Riley Spittler has been convicted of second-degree murder, possession with intent to deliver marijuana, and 2 felony weapons charges.
There's so many people in. Nope.
13 months earlier,
You got a
Spittler
Marlin.
claimed that
Nice.
he and his 20-year-old brother Patrick were playing with a .380 pistol when the gun fired, hitting Patrick in the chest. Spittler called 911, but Patrick died from his injuries. Spittler insisted it was an accident, but prosecutors believed he pointed the gun at Patrick and shot him. When police
This is why you
investigated
don't point guns
and learned
at
the
people.
brothers had a
Even
sometimes
fake guns.
strained
I hate
relationship,
it when people
he
point
was
fake
arrested
guns at like
and
other
charged.
people. Because like
Spittler
you
pled
never
not
know.
guilty, and after a trial lasting 5 days, the jury returned with a verdict.
It's just not good gun safety practice.
As follows: second-degree murder, guilty. Count 2, possession with intent to deliver marijuana, guilty.
Damn. He's
Today,
just getting
after already
hammered.
spending more than a year in
Hammered.
jail, Spittler appears before Judge John McBain to hear his sentence. The state is asking the judge to stay within the suggested guidelines
Would you
of
actually
20
consider
to
this trash
40
TV
years
though?
in prison.
Would this be considered trash TV?
Before Judge McBain makes his ruling, Brian Spittler, Riley and Patrick's father, delivers a statement to the court.
We understand that Riley has to be punished, that he acted in a reckless manner. I lost my other son. I get that. But I'm also his father, and I don't want to lose my second son. I don't want him incarcerated for a long period of time. None of my family does. He's a teenage kid. They don't think. They do stupid things. And I contend to you, that's as simple as this was.
Next, it's the defendant himself who speaks directly to the judge.
I have intended for this to happen. I would never intend for my brother's death to occur. I love my brother very dearly much. He's very much missed in our family. I'm not.
This is why you don't play with guns, dude.
And I just wanted to say, Ronnie, to please consider that before you make the final sentence. I was not
What did you think might happen when you point a .380 at your brother's heart and pull the trigger?
Your Honor, I did not know the firearm was loaded.
And then, pointing the gun directly at your brother's chest, do you feel like you're gonna live today? You pulled the trigger. And that's why the jury convicted you. But 12 citizens, and I want you to understand, 12 citizens made a determination that it wasn't an accident. It's not just the Spittler family that's a victim here. The whole community is a victim. You know, every kid in this county that hears about this case should have to read that I'm going to give you 3 or 4 years for what you did. What you did, I'm going to sentence you for what the jury convicted you of.
Your Honor, may I say something?
No, not at this point. I'm ready to rule.
Damn.
Judge McBain went on to sentence Spittler to a minimum of 22 years in prison.
Minimum 22
But 3 years later,
That's a lot
the
of
murder
years.
conviction was overturned based on evidence that should not have been admitted at trial. An appeals court ruled that the, quote, appropriate remedy was to enter a judgment of conviction for involuntary manslaughter and to resentence the defendant, or the prosecution could retry Spittler on the murder charge. Prosecutors opted for the manslaughter conviction, and Spittler was resentenced to a 4 to 15-year prison term. He's since been released after serving 5.5 years of that sentence.
Oh, of course he's released.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to never miss a new.
Of course he got released. I don't know. Was he guilty? Or what? Should he have been? Should he have been
First up, we're
there
in Las
for
Vegas,
longer?
Nevada, where 27-year-old Jimmy
Competency
Carter Kim is
hearings,
in
top
court
7 moments.
to determine his competency to stand trial. Kim pleaded not guilty to 83 felony charges, including kidnapping, sexual assault, battery, and lewdness with a child.
Ew! Send him away!
The
Send
charges
him
stem from
away!
2 different incidents in which he allegedly drugged, kidnapped, and raped 2 underage teenage girls who he held captive in his bedroom.
Can I have a say?
Pardon me?
Can I have a say in this?
Well, I tried to give you a say, but you refused to talk to the doctor.
No, I spoke with the doctor.
No, there was a second doctor, Dr. Paglini, you refused to speak to.
Under Nevada law, a defendant must undergo 2 independent psychological evaluations before a judge can make a ruling on competency. In Kim's first evaluation, he was found incompetent, but he refused to speak to a second doctor.
Mr. Kim, pursuant to Nevada law, NRS 178.415, I'm remanding you custody, transport to Lakes Crossing or assigned hospital for further observation.
I don't see what the relevance of me, why is my competency in question?
Because your lawyer challenged your competency or questioned it. I appreciate that you don't agree with Nevada law. I apologize that you don't agree with it. It doesn't really matter whether you agree with it or not.
What so far has been a respectful dialogue between judge and defendant is about to take a strange
Oh
turn.
no.
Can I ask you something? A young gentleman like me, young, charismatic, and fetching in these county blues. Why would
no.
I be subjected to competency hearing or to an evaluation while I'm clearly like cognizant of everything I'm doing? It's rubbish.
It's
authority
rubbish?
Fetching were the standard. I'm
Yeah, I
not
wish
going
it
to
was,
argue with you. In the meantime, you're going to
Is he faking a British accent, or does he actually have a British accent?
The Las Vegas local drops some choice British phrases.
State versus Eldrion Wilson.
After undergoing a
Okay.
second psychological evaluation, Kim is found competent. He entered a not guilty plea and is set to go to trial.
Fucking rubbish.
We head to Seattle, Washington, and
Yeah,
the King
I don't know
County
why he
Courtroom.
faked. Why is he doing that? It's weird.
Cause number 181008391, Seattle designation.
Christopher Teal is accused of first-degree rape and unlawful imprisonment.
Send him
Teal
to
allegedly
jail.
Followed a
Send
woman
him
into
to
the
jail.
bathroom of a car dealership, locked the door,
What?
and raped her. The attack was stopped only
Listen,
after
I've
company
done public
employees broke into the
whatever,
store and
but
wrestled
like
Teal to the
a
ground.
car dealership, you gotta be
The
really
defendant's
desperate.
in court for a competency hearing to determine whether he's fit to stand trial. Standing next to him is Reed Birkland, his court-appointed attorney. The jail guard removes
he
Teal's
looks-
cuffs.
I'm Emily Peterson on behalf of the state. Mr. Teal's present. He's in custody. He's represented by counsel, Mr. Birkland.
He raises his arm toward Birkland, but extra security's at the ready.
My understanding from his counsel, who I'll defer to in a moment.
Without provocation, Teal punches his own attorney.
He punched it. Dude, you
Guards
hurt. Is that a
immediately
punch or a
pounce on the
slap? That sounded like a
6'3" defendant
slap.
and take him to the ground. Teal's attorney looks to be unhurt.
Okay, but why?
Teal's attorney looks to be unhurt.
But why? He looks like a cartoon character. He doesn't even look real. Like, that hair is too magnificent to be real. I cannot accept that that is a real person. That is a cartoon character come to life. This is a Jessica Rabbit incident. That's not... Hold on, I gotta plug in my keyboard. I think it's like lagging because it's dying. Alright, wait a second. I'm gonna get this. Shit. Okay, this should be fine. Do that. Turn. And that is why he looks unhurt. True. Dude, when you have that kind of haircut, I don't think there's anything that can hurt you. Like, you're practically untouchable. Yeah, my keyboard was actually dying. I need to, like, get an extension cord. Oh, what did I sit on? Yo, Zuzu, what's up? How it be? How you doing? Eat? I ate Korean corn dogs today.
Hurt. It takes 4 men to subdue Teal, and even then, he refuses to go quietly.
Is this too loud?
A spit hood is placed over his head as officers return him
Oh,
to
he's
jail.
spitting now? Man.
Birkland chooses not to press charges, but he does remove himself from the case.
Yeah, I would too. Getting punched, man?
Nearly 2 weeks later,
Yeah, people
Teal
get spit
returns
hoods.
to the courtroom.
New counsel has been appointed since the last hearing.
This time strapped to a rolling chair.
New counsel needs to...
His biggest concern is how his hair looked in his mugshot.
I got one question, one thing to say. I'd like to know where the they got that photo of me with my short hair. Because that was on Facebook, and I don't have a Facebook.
All right.
So you're on the... legitimate question. Like, do they have
Hey, he
access
looks
to
sane.
Does this work?
The
It
judge
does work.
schedules another hearing in a week's time. And the trial has yet to begin.
It do be working.
We go to a
Bro, he had like the
competency
coolest
hearing in
looking
Seattle,
lawyer ever,
Washington.
and he just pissed it away.
22-year-old Abdi Ali Abukar has been charged with
I bet you that lawyer gets pussy
Remember,
like crazy.
nothing starts with N and ends with G.
Yeah. Okay. Like,
unlawful possession
yeah.
of a firearm, robbery in the first degree,
Abukar?
and burglary in the first degree. Today, dressed in his red jail uniform, Abukar appears before Judge Palmer Robinson.
God, what is
who
this camera
sits
quality?
Just off camera, behind this law
Best
clerk.
dad joke in a while. You think
Things
so,
seem to
huh?
be moving along.
You real proud of yourself?
Until the prosecutor and defense attorney begin arguing about Abukar's mental health. That's when Abukar explodes.
Aww. Did he take his shoe off?
The defendant
They
takes his
watched him
jail-issued
take his
sandal
shoe off
and throws
and
it
throw it.
directly at Judge Robinson.
If it means anything,
He's then quickly
I
tackled
love
by
the joke.
deputies.
No, it means nothing.
According to the judge, the slipper struck her in the chest and mouth. Deputies then placed the defendant in cuffs. Once Abukar is subdued, deputies check on the judge.
You all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
A few minutes later, the hearing resumes. And once again, both sides argue over the defendant's mental state.
Your Honor, he's angry, he is confident.
I think it's more than just that he is angry. I'm angry. I think there's something more than that going on.
For throwing the sandal, Abukar was charged with 4th-degree assault.
Going
A
to
week later,
mess with the
Abukar was
rewards for a
brought
bit?
back to
Alright,
court,
but
this time wearing a white ultra-security outfit.
damn.
The judge ruled the defendant be moved to a hospital for psychological evaluation. 3 months later, Abukar was ruled competent to stand trial and later pled guilty to 1st-degree robbery and 1st-degree burglary.
That's all he was in
Weapons
trouble
charge was
for?
dismissed.
Why did he have
He
to
was sentenced to
why did he have to
42
act
months in
crazy
prison.
then?
As for the assault on the judge, Abukar pled guilty and was sentenced to 2 years probation.
Allegedly.
And ordered to pay a $500
Remember, it's
fine.
allegedly. What the hell?
Let's go inside the Jefferson County Court in Lexington, Kentucky, for the competency hearing of murder suspect Jerry Lawson. Lawson has had numerous prior outbursts in court. Prosecutors believe what you're about to see is all an act to avoid a trial.
Oh, not his soul, bro.
Lawson's charged with murder, arson, tampering with physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse.
Ew. Ew,
Police say he
ew,
torched
ew.
the home of Vernice Aniton. The 64-year-old woman was found dead, and following an autopsy, police announced her death was suspicious. Today at his pretrial hearing, Lawson waited mere seconds before exploding into a rage against his own attorney, Mike Lemke.
His own attorney? I mean, lawyers are soul suckers, so yeah, I believe it.
You all right, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do.
Once things settle down, the prosecution explains they've seen this performance before, and just like previous times, they're not buying it.
But the competency evaluations, there's been 2 of them, and Dr. Allen's diagnosis has been consistent from 2013 to now that he's malingering. And that all of this,
malingering.
And every time we come to court is completely a show.
The case has to go forward. Maybe, the next time it comes up, and that'll be true whether he needs to be restrained or whether he gets to stay out here or not.
Pull out the
Despite
stick and
Lawson's
beat his
theatrics,
ass.
The trial eventually took place. He was convicted on all charges.
85
and is currently
years?
Serving up to 85 years in the Luther Luckett Correctional Facility in Kentucky.
Damn. Put his ass in jail.
Next, we head to the Washtenaw County Trial Court in Ann Arbor, Michigan for a hearing. The defendant, Donald Roberts, is accused of unarmed robbery, refusing fingerprinting, assault with intent to rob, and larceny. Roberts had been representing
he
himself
looks like
in
you
the
could
matter.
breathe on him and
Man
he'd fall
standing next
over.
to him is attorney John Vella. Vella was ordered by the judge to be Roberts' standby counsel. Roberts had just finished telling the court about the poor state law library in jail and telling the court that he had no need for an attorney. Assistant Washtenaw County Prosecutor Brenda Taylor responds.
Your Honor, I'm asking the court to use the report dated July 25th of Dr. Smith for purposes of finding incompetency, and I'm asking the court to find the defendant incompetent and to order him to the Forensic Center for treatment and restoring of competency. I have prepared a proposed order. I don't want to reiterate the other issues that have already brought us here. If the court wants me to respond regarding the law library, I can.
No, I've already ruled on that.
While his competency issue remains in question, Roberts has a question for the court.
Oh no.
What about my discovery? Let's talk about that.
Your discovery?
Oh, not right now.
She just walks on the chairs.
Not the answer Roberts was looking for.
Damn.
Oh, let's not. Not right now.
Roberts snaps and then off camera attempts to lift and knock over the lectern as a stunned Judge Swartz looks on. Roberts then charges at attorney John Vella before being quickly taken down by deputies.
He wants you to hear about his discovery.
This woman carefully finds her way out by walking across a row of chairs to safety. The defendant is hauled away by deputies.
I guess he is. Never mind. He's
Judge
not
Swartz
weak.
orders a competency hearing, and despite Roberts' obvious objections, appoints Vella as his representative. Roberts was eventually declared competent and pleaded no contest to larceny, while the other charges were dropped. He was sentenced to 1 year and 10 months in jail.
Damn. Damn. So he's out. He's loose.
CR02
He's in the wild.
Coma versus Percy Allen Phillips.
Next, we head to Jefferson County Circuit Court in Louisville, Kentucky.
Jay Lambert on behalf of
Oh,
Mr.
good old
Phillips,
Louisville.
who's present seated next to me.
A hearing is
KFC,
underway
baby.
to determine if 45-year-old Percy Phillips is competent to stand trial. Phillips is accused of retaliating against a witness inside the courtroom during a previous trial.
I just realized, I'm like, why are all of these like just random competency? Like, it was so strange to me until I read the fucking like title. Court Camp Competency Hearings, Top 7 Moments. Now that I'm reading it out loud, I remember already reading it out loud before the video even started. I'm just, my brain.
And it would be our position that Mr. Phillips is presently incompetent to stand trial. If we end up in trial, there is no way I can competently even frame a defense. I have asked Mr. Phillips, what do you want me to say or do at your trial? And he won't tell me. He literally, for years, has not said a word.
Before turning things over to the prosecution, Phillips' lawyer issues a warning.
Mr. Phillips has shared that he doesn't know exactly what he'll do in certain situations in the courtroom. He thinks he just may explode.
Now it's over to the prosecution.
Your Honor, it's interesting to remember that the conclusion of the case, when the defendant was unhappy with the verdict and unhappy with the sentence, he threatened the police officer who testified against him.
Okay. They tased him.
They were 16 to 239. I had to stun Percy Phillips. You want to come on up?
Remember that just moments earlier, Phillips' attorney seemingly predicted what was about to happen.
He thinks he just may explode.
After sitting for more than 20 minutes without showing a single emotion, Phillips erupts and heads towards the prosecutor's table. Phillips is first grabbed by this deputy.
Oh my
What
god.
you
I
hear on
can't
the
believe
tape
that
is
he just
another
immediately got
deputy in the corner of
tasered.
the courtroom yelling the word taser. This is a signal for the other officer to move out of the way.
They didn't even wait.
Waiting for emergency personnel to arrive, the judge looks around her disheveled courtroom in disbelief.
Percy Phillips, he's laying on the ground.
Percy Phillips is later deemed incompetent, and the indictment is dismissed. This is not the last time Phillips will see the inside of a Kentucky courtroom. While incarcerated, he's brought up on murder charges after his fingerprints link him to a 2-decade-old homicide.
Oh, I see.
Next, we're
Throw him
at
in
St.
jail.
Joseph District Court in Centerville, Michigan, where 30-year-old Brad Johnson's been charged with 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the 2nd degree and sexual
Throw him in jail.
assault.
Throw him in
Johnson's
jail.
scheduled for an upcoming competency hearing, but today Judge Jeffrey Middleton checks in with attorneys from both sides of the case.
That
in advance of the
hairstyle is
hearing.
gnarly.
So far, Johnson has not been cooperative with the court, and 2 weeks earlier, the judge sentenced him to 30 days for contempt. Today is not off to a good start either.
Oh, I think I've seen this before.
Waiting for him.
I think I've seen a little bit of this.
Respectfully request his presence.
After a few minutes, a sergeant from the sheriff's office brings Johnson into the room, although he's not on camera.
Here we go. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
He can hear you.
All right, Mr. Johnson, so far you've been particularly uncooperative about appearing when you're supposed to be. We need to move this case forward. Your lawyer, Mr. George, is here. Are you willing to speak to him?
George is not my attorney.
All right. Mr. Johnson, would you have a seat in the chair?
No.
Mr. Johnson, you can't avoid this case by simply saying, I don't want to participate.
Sure he can,
I'll
very
continue
easily.
to find you in contempt.
Very easily he can.
Johnson has just left the room.
He just walked out. At some point, I'm going to ask that he be put in a restraint chair and have his skinny ass dragged back in that room. Sergeant Hasbrook?
After a few minutes, Johnson returns.
He's right there. All right. Mr. Johnson, have a seat.
The defendant does what he's told. Sort of.
Mr.
Oh
Johnson,
my
you need to
God,
be
he's
in
a
the
child.
picture, or I'm going to have them put you in the restraint chair and wheel you in there so you and I can speak.
Finally, Johnson slides over and appears partially on camera.
Talk about passive aggressive. Mr.
Dude, this
Johnson,
judge is just very,
you told me
just
several times that you have
not about the
your own
bullshit
lawyer,
today.
Who's your father or stepfather or somebody. Do you have someone who is going to appear to represent you on your own behalf?
As Johnson remains silent, the judge announces next steps for the case.
Okay.
We're going to have a hearing next week. You're charged with very serious sexual assault crimes, and you're not going to avoid them by just putting your hands over your ears. Well, that was not very successful.
A week later, despite more shenanigans at his competency hearing,
Mr. Johnson, would you have a seat for a moment so you and I could talk?
Oh.
Johnson was ruled competent to stand trial. Judge Middleton denied the motion to withdraw public defender Timothy George as Johnson's legal counsel. His case is pending.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to...
Oh, there's just some stupid people, I swear.
You don't interrupt the judge, whether you're a flat earther or not.
I'm not flat earth.
All right, well, this crazy stuff you're saying, I've got very little patience for it.
Next, we go to Centerville, Michigan for a preliminary hearing.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh, no. I've heard about the theory that a sovereign citizen is not, it was made up. It was made up by 4chan. No. A sovereign citizen gets destroyed by judge and sent to jail. A sovereign citizen wait, hold on. Wikipedia. A sovereign citizen movement is a loose group of anti-government activists, litigants, tax protesters, financial scammers, and conspiracy theorists based mainly in the United States. Goodness. Wow, she was going to get no jail time without a lawyer, and she fucked it up. Alright, let's watch this.
66-year-old Rosalind Keenan has been charged with resisting and obstructing a police officer and driving
of course,
with
a sovereign
suspended
citizen
license.
would believe in flat Earth. There is a video of them
resisting and
getting their
obstructing
ass
charge,
beat.
a
Really?
felony, is punishable by up to 2 years in prison. While driving with a suspended license, a misdemeanor could land her in jail for an additional 93 days.
Only 93 days?
Keenan is free on $10,000 bond. And today, she appears without an attorney before Judge Jeffrey Middleton to discuss next steps in the case.
Wasn't he?
Are you Rosalind
We
Ray
just
Keenan?
looked at him.
I'm here on as sui juris impropria persona, Rosalind Ray Colon, family of Keenan, beneficiary.
Keenan appears to be making a sovereign citizen argument by refusing to identify herself to the judge.
I'm here under fraud, menace, and duress.
Judge Middleton checks in with the state prosecutor, David Marvin.
Mr. Marvin, is there a plea offer here?
What I would do is offer an attempt resisting and obstructing and dismiss count 2. And if there's no other incidents with law enforcement or any other reason to continue, I would dismiss this.
So if I'm a sovereign citizen, I can just avoid some of the law? I don't have to pay taxes?
Are you asking me to take a plea?
I'm asking you if you're willing to accept the prosecutor's plea offer.
I don't understand that.
Mr. Marvin, let's just put on a plea.
Games. I'm serious.
You are playing games, and first of all, you don't.
I'm trying to advance to
all right,
what
stop.
Here.
You don't interrupt the judge, whether you're a flat earther or not.
I'm not flat earth.
All right, well, this crazy stuff you're saying, I've got very little patience for it. You don't have an attorney, which concerns me because these charges could result in your incarceration.
May I ask what jurisdiction? Is this civil or criminal?
This is a criminal case, which points out the fact that you could use a lawyer if you can't tell the difference between a civil and a criminal case.
I have to know the jurisdiction this court is operating under.
Stop.
Sixth Amendment grants me the right to know the jurisdiction being applied.
All right, stop. If you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to find you in contempt, and you're going to go to jail.
Objection, please.
All right, I find that you're in contempt. You're going to jail.
I'm simply
This matter
trying
is
to
adjourned until
exercise my
tomorrow at
Sixth
3
Amendment
o'clock.
rights, please.
So you can think about it
We can go
overnight in
forward
jail.
with this right now, please.
No, you're going to
I do
jail
not
for
wish to be
24
in
hours.
contempt.
I know you don't wish to go to jail, but you certainly
I will
earned it.
continue with this if you please let me finish.
We'll talk about it tomorrow, and you will be more respectful to the court.
I
You
can
will speak-
provide the
You will not interrupt
citation.
the court. Your citations are meaningless.
Oh my
I'm
god.
sorry I
So you
interrupted
can
you.
go
If you wanna
with the
continue-
officer. I don't
But
wanna
she's
argue about
still
it. Take her out of
interrupting
here. We'll
him
address this
as she's saying,
tomorrow
"Oh, I
at 3 o'clock.
apologize for interrupting." I don't want to go to jail.
The next day, after spending a night in jail, Keenan returns to court, but with a very different demeanor.
Oh no.
Would you like me to appoint an attorney for you?
Yes,
All right, I'm going to appoint an attorney.
thank you.
Keenan was released from jail, and Judge Middleton scheduled a follow-up hearing. The case is pending. Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam.
That's just
Subscribe
so
to
wild
A&E to
me.
never miss
The
a new
sovereign
video
citizen-
and catch full
the
episodes
sovereign
on
citizen movement.
AETV.com.
Is it still a popular thing? Do people do that now?
I'm not going to cover my face, okay? I'm not doing it. God
Remove
gave
and
me the
change
space,
cost
and I'm
over
gonna
mask
show it.
policy.
Next,
Gets
we're inside
arrested.
Calvert County Circuit Court in Prince Frederick, Maryland. Police have been called.
That had to have been like the highlight for a lot of. Yes, it is. That has to be like what like rocket launched a lot of people's like YouTube careers. Is just covering Karens who refuse to wear a mask. Definitely, it's during COVID. Definitely.
Called
That shit was
because
crazy.
42-year-old Dawn Marie Keene is protesting a county mask mandate by refusing to wear one in the courthouse.
Oh,
The mandate, ordered during the COVID-19 pandemic by Chief Judge Joseph M. Getty. Police have asked Keene to leave several times, but she's not cooperating.
Of course not.
A deputy arrives at the scene with his body camera rolling.
What's up, guys?
The young lady's refusing to leave the premises.
Why?
She doesn't want to wear a mask. Now she doesn't have business apparently here either, so she just wants to stand here without a mask.
If you have no business here, you need to leave the building.
Why? My business is to ask these men why every time I come here, or I go to school with my kids, or I go to practice with my kids, we have to wear a mask.
You are all here to protect me as much as you're here to protect everyone in this building.
Okay.
That's what you signed up for.
Okay.
I should not put a mask on my face. It affects my immune system.
Okay.
Of course.
I'm a statistician. I look at the data.
Mhm.
There is no
Of
data out
course.
there to
Okay.
prove that I need to have a mask on my face, nor should my children.
Which side of Facebook did you learn that information on?
You can sit outside and talk all day, but you gotta get out of a
You can all
security
stay
area.
in here and tell me what you're gonna do, but
We're gonna arrest you.
You're gonna get arrested. You're gonna get arrested. You know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
how am I trespassing if I
I
pay
just
for
told
this
you to
time right
leave.
here?
You have no business in the building, man.
All right, listen, man. Your body cameras record everything that's going on. Okay. If I was you now, you can wave all you want.
Here,
You need to
record
leave-
this
You need to leave the
for me.
building. You need to go to-
Dedicated to the glory of Almighty God in memory of Calvert County
Oh.
men and women who served their country with valor and honor. Is this valor and honor? Put a mask on your face?
All right,
I'm not
go.
gonna cover my face, okay? I'm not doing it. God gave me this face and I'm gonna show it.
I'm not getting out. Don't touch me. You have no right.
Yes, I do.
No, you do not. You do not have the right to touch
I'm asking you to
me.
leave. I'm asking
not
you to leave.
leaving.
I'm telling you to
I
leave
will
now.
not
All right,
leave.
cool. You're under arrest for trespassing.
Do not touch me.
I'm doing it.
The officers place Keene under arrest.
Yep,
But
that's
she does
what
not go
happened.
quietly from the courthouse.
Don't rip my coat because you'll buy me a new one. Absolutely disgusting. Shame on you. Shame, shame, shame on you. You have children? Do you have children?
Why are you worried about my
What a
my
shame.
Why?
Because they're going to end up in Nazi camps.
Oh,
It seems the
of
officer
course,
doesn't
something
appreciate
gone
the
wrong.
suspect's
Maybe God should take another look at his work.
My family are.
Okay, I'm a retired veteran, so that's probably not the way you want to go with that. You understand?
Well, I mean, that's what you're doing right now.
Definitely not.
Yeah, it is.
Before she
What was this crazy obsession? Like, it was a weird obsession from these Karen moms. Just not even like just Karens that didn't have family. Karen moms are just like, oh yeah, if you make me wear a mask, you're a Nazi. You're conforming to Nazi or whatever. Like, what? What does that have to? They were like trying to equate the mask mandate to like, oh, you're making us wear a mask like they did to the Jews, wearing the Star of David, I think is what it was. And it's no, and it's kind of a disgusting like comparison because it's not even close. And I remember there was a video going around of people like this whole pandemic and how people, the way that they're acting is very similar to the way people were acting when the I think the Spanish flu in the 1920s in America. How they acted when there was like a mask mandate because of the epidemic. And I was like, wow, people just don't change.
she's put in the police car, Keene lands a few more comments.
I'm sure she does.
I didn't touch you. I didn't hurt anybody. I stood there and spoke my mind because this is wrong.
Yeah. But you also didn't leave when you were told to go to the courthouse.
That doesn't matter. I don't have to leave for not wearing a mask on my face.
Sure, here you do. Yeah.
No, I do not. That's my courthouse. I pay taxes for that. This is ridiculous. Shame on you all. Shame, shame, shame.
Where's the bell?
Watch yourself. Hang on.
Keene was charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct and released on her own recognizance. She later pled guilty to disorderly conduct and was sentenced to 18 months probation.
That's
the
a lot of
charge
months.
was dismissed.
18 months probation? That is a long time.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to never miss a new
Damn.
video. And
Bet she
catch
won't do it
full
again.
episodes on
I'll bet she will do it again,
AETV.com.
actually. Maybe. Did she follow through with the probation?
In Detroit, Michigan for a
Oh, I love
pretrial
these
hearing.
webcam.
21-year-old Jalen Pierre Adams has been charged with harboring a minor.
Harboring a minor.
2 months earlier, Adams was arrested for harboring a 14-year-old runaway girl
Oh,
in his home.
send him to jail.
He pled not guilty,
Send
posted a
him
bond
to
of
jail.
$20,000, and was required to wear a GPS tether.
No. Send him to
Today,
jail.
Adams appears before Judge Elenice Bryant to discuss next steps in the case.
Is the video too
He's
loud,
being
by the way?
represented by public defender.
Didn't do anything to the girl. Yeah.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam.
If he
Subscribe
did do something to the
A&E
girl, though, that's a
never miss
whole
new video
other can
and
of
catch
worms.
full episodes
So let's
on
hope
AETV.com.
he did nothing to the girl.
We're in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, for the arraignment of Isaiah Gardenhire.
Oh, he cute.
The 40-year-old was arrested after reportedly going on
Kinda-
a 2-day
kinda
crime
cute.
spree that forced a community into lockdown.
Does anybody remember? I know that like I keep like trying to like fix my freaking thing, but like I keep. Does anybody remember there was like a really hot? There was like a criminal. I don't know where he was from. It was in the States, but he was like really hot, and so people were like obsessing over him. Like they were saying like he should be set free and all of this, and he had like fan mail like every day. It was I can't remember. It was like I'm about to look this shit up. Hold on. Guy too hot for prison, I think. Jeremy Meeks, convict to cover model. Was it this guy? Yes, it was this guy. It was this guy. The mugshot of Meeks that went viral after its publication by the City of Stockton Police Department. He's from Washington. Modeling information. He's a model now? Is an American fashion model and actor, a former member of the Crips Street Gang. Meeks was arrested in 2014 during a gang sweep called Operation Ceasefire in Stockton, California. Oh, so he's in California. After which police posted his mugshot on Facebook, which went viral due to his attractive appearance. I mean, goddamn. Whew! He was convicted on federal charges of being a felon in possession of a firearm and grand theft. Meeks' mugshot was noticed by modeling agencies, and upon his release from Mendota Federal Correctional Institution in March 2016, he began a modeling career. Bro was so hot. Hold on, in 2002, Meeks was charged with robbery and corporeal injury to a child, assaulting a 16-year-old boy. He was sentenced to serve 2 years. Damn, so he's just a hardened criminal that just turned into a model. Like they literally turned him into a model. They're like, nah, he's too hot to be in jail. Nah, fam. Are you serious? Meeks made his feature film debut featuring Trigger. Meeks appeared in the independent feature film Secret Society. The film was directed by Jamal Hill. It's based on the book of the same name by Miasha Coleman. Miasha? So he just became a model after being arrested. After everything. Dude was in a gang. Dude was like committing crimes, and then but people were like, wait, he's got really good bone structure. Let's call him up. That was crazy. To me, that was a crazy moment in history.
His girlfriend in her home.
Criminal
and
history.
Killed her 13-year-old daughter before fleeing to a nearby apartment complex. There, he allegedly took a man and woman hostage.
You know what?
Assaulted the female,
Now,
robbed them,
no criminals that
their
we
car.
ever see for the rest of the time here is
Gardenhire
gonna
would
compare
eventually
to that
turn
dude.
himself into police. But now, as Judge Sarah Spencer Noggle reads the long list of charges against him,
Count 1, homicide, open murder, statutory short form. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, weapon use.
he appears to nod off.
Oh my gosh.
DNA to be taken upon arrest. A consecutive sentence may be imposed under statute if the assault is committed of confinement. Count 6 is unlawful
That was so
imprisonment.
obnoxious, dude.
Moments later, another audible yawn distracts from the hearing.
DNA to be taken upon arrest. The court may impose a consecutive sentence under statute. And it is also a tier 3 offense.
But the judge stays on track and asks prosecuting attorney David Barbary to weigh in on Gardenhire's bond conditions.
Looking at Mr. Gardenhire's criminal history, it's pretty significant. His criminal history consists of violent offenses, weapons offenses, failures to appear in court.
The prosecutor
I mean,
also
he's in
mentions
court
that
now,
Gardenhire was
whether he
actually
wants to
out
be or
on
not.
bond for a separate criminal sexual misconduct case in another county.
Oh, he needs to be
They went on
locked
alleged
the fuck
two-day
up.
crime spree.
Not just locked up,
In this
locked the
case,
fuck up.
Due to the fact that Mr. Gardenhire is both charged with murder and the fact that he was on bond at the time that the allegations occurred.
Charge her with murder because she's the one who did it.
With the prosecutor mid-sentence, Gardenhire interrupts, claiming that his girlfriend should be charged with the murder of her daughter, not him.
Charge her with murder because she's the one who did it.
Isaiah.
Everything else, no.
All right, Mr. Gardenhire, this is your warning. The court will mute your microphone if you speak out of turn again.
Your Honor, we would request that Mr. Gardenhire be held without bond, or in the alternative, that bond be set as $2 million cash surety.
All right, thank you. Mr.
$2
Barbary.
million
Mr. Gardenhire,
bond?
I'm gonna ask that you behave in a, all right. I'm asking you to behave in a manner that is appropriate for a court proceeding, particularly given the fact that right now I'm considering whether or not to allow your release on bond. If I have any more acting out, sir, we're going to turn off your audio and your video. Go ahead and mute his audio and video. Thank you.
After further discussing his bond conditions, Gardenhire is brought back into the conversation, seemingly even less interested than before.
All right, the court has considered the factors found in MCR 6.106 and finds that bond in the amount of $3 million, cash or surety.
$3 million? It
This
went
time,
up
the
a
defendant
million.
flips the judge
Oh
the
my
bird,
gosh.
First with one hand, then follows it up with a hearing-ending two-hander.
All right, go ahead and turn his video off, please.
The hearing was ultimately cut short due to Gardenhire's behavior.
Of course. Oh yeah.
Isaiah Gardenhire is being held on $3 million bond for 12 criminal charges, including home
12?
invasion, first-degree
Rip
criminal
12.
sexual misconduct.
Holy shit. That's a lot.
Next, we go to
Sleepy in the
Omaha,
courtroom?
Nebraska.
Dude, I'm falling
The sentencing
asleep,
of
but
former Dr. Anthony Garcia, the man responsible for a string of murders that have become known as the Creighton Killings.
no. So he's a murderer.
In
He-
2008,
no, he's
Garcia
a
went to the home of his ex-boss,
serial
Dr.
killer.
William Hunter, seeking revenge against the man who fired him from his Creighton University residency 7 years earlier. There, Garcia
Oh, so he
stabbed
just
and
broke.
killed both the doctor's 11-year-old son Thomas and housekeeper Shirley Sherman. The case went unsolved until 2013, when Garcia returned to Omaha, this time killing Dr. Roger Brumbach, another former Creighton employer, as well as his wife Mary. Garcia was charged with 4 counts of murder and multiple weapons charges, and in 2016 found guilty on all charges. Prosecutors in his case are seeking the maximum penalty for Garcia: death.
Oh, death
State
penalty?
of Nebraska versus Anthony Garcia.
But he's falling
2
asleep.
years later, as Garcia appears before a panel of judges to learn his sentence, the man is asleep, or at least pretending to be asleep, even while several family members deliver heartfelt impact statements to the court.
We've heard a lot from the press, especially about after today, we'll finally get closure. So when you have a loved
Wow,
one taken
you
from
are
in
such a that dude is such a piece of shit.
That'll
He's
never
just like,
happen.
aw, it's boring.
A child of 11 3/4 years should never have to innocently lose his life in a fit of anger.
I'm left with constant images from courtroom photos of my mom laying there in a pool of her own blood with an 8-inch butcher knife hanging out her neck. I can't get those images ever out of my head.
While Garcia still looks as if he's napping, District Judge Rick Schreiner addresses the court.
Defendant traveled from his home in Indiana to Omaha, Nebraska to commit 4 murders on 2 separate occasions. Those facts suggest lengthy premeditation and an exceptionally depraved mentality. The defendant had 5 years to reflect on the gruesomeness of the first 2 murders before he returned to Omaha to commit 2 more murders. He had no remorse after the first 2 murders. In fact, he bragged about them.
As the judge
Did
moves
he
to
brag
sentence
about
him,
them?
Garcia remains still.
The defendant now stands convicted of 4 murders.
Until finally, he shows some slight movement.
The panel finds that a sentence of death is not excessive. It is therefore ordered, as to count 1, murder in the first degree, that a sentence of death is imposed upon the defendant, Anthony Garcia.
Not even a sentence of death can wake the slumbering
So
Garcia.
they did sentence him to
Mr.
death.
Garcia, you are remanded to the custody of the Douglas County Sheriff for execution of this sentence.
Altogether, Garcia receives 136 years for the weapons charges and a spot on death row at the Tecumseh State Correctional Facility.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
He's just asleep. He just doesn't care.
We're in Waukesha, Wisconsin for the case against 39-year-old Daryl Brooks.
Oh
Brooks
gosh,
has been charged with
Daryl
6
Brooks.
counts
Holy
of intentional
shit.
homicide, 61 counts of
Did he fall
recklessly
asleep in court
endangering
too?
safety with a
Dude,
dangerous
what has this
weapon,
man not
and
done
a
in
number
court
of other
before
charges.
he fucking got
A year
before he
earlier,
finally
police say
like
Brooks met up
received
with
his due
ex-girlfriend,
punishment?
and they had an argument. Brooks then drove his mother's car into a crowd of people during the Waukesha Christmas parade. 6 people between the ages of 8 and 81 were killed, and over 60 were injured. Brooks fled the scene on foot, but showed up a short time later on the front steps of a stranger's home less than a mile away. A doorbell camera captured Brooks pleading to use the owner's telephone.
Hey, I'm calling an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please?
Police who'd been patrolling the area spotted Brooks, who fit the description of the suspect, and he was taken into custody. When police interviewed Brooks,
Oh, gosh.
he claimed not to know why he was there.
Tell me what happened. With what? With the car. What am I being with your mom's car?
Brooks was charged with 75 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. He
75
considered a number of
felonies.
pleas,
That's a
including
lot.
not guilty by reason of mental defect, before ultimately deciding to plead not guilty. Today, at a pretrial hearing, Brooks falls asleep during testimony, which gets the attention of the prosecutor.
I observed that for about the past 40 minutes, Mr. Brooks appears to be asleep in the courtroom. I don't know if he's just being disrespectful, uninterested, or if he's not feeling well.
After a brief recess, Brooks becomes irate when Judge Jennifer Doro reminds him that the proceedings are being recorded.
You got something to say too?
Mr. Brooks, the live stream is on.
I don't care about no live stream. Just like y'all don't care. All this political.
Mr.
You
Brooks,
sit
look
up
at
here and act like you know me. People like you don't. Y'all
Mr.
think you don't
Brooks.
know nothing about where I come from.
Mr.
You
Brooks.
push me, dog. Don't push back then.
Mr. Brooks.
Don't push back. Push me again. You wanna
Mr.
listen?
Brooks, we have to continue with this hearing.
Don't put your hand on me, dude.
Nobody put their hands on you.
They better not put their hand on me. Don't touch me, dog. They see it. They see it.
5 weeks later, when the case went to trial, Brooks decided to act as his own lawyer,
I just want this to be fair, and it hasn't been fair.
all while continuing his bad behavior.
And it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game. Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The judge moved him out of the main courtroom and into an adjacent one to argue his case remotely.
We are back on the record.
But the antics continued as Brooks removed his clothes and turned his back to the camera. And later built
and
himself
built a
a miniature
fucking box
fort
for it.
using cardboard boxes. The trial lasted 3 weeks, and when both sides came to rest, it took the jury less than 3 hours to return with a verdict.
Guilty.
On all 76 charges. including
Guilty,
6
guilty,
counts of
guilty,
intentional
guilty.
homicide. Before Brooks is sentenced, several family members deliver impact statements to the court.
It offends me that you're sitting here breathing while she is not. You are a monster. You deserve contempt and death. As for me, this will never be over until the day I'm pissing on your grave. I think it would be fair to say that for your crimes, even God hates you.
Damn.
Mr. Brooks,
Shit.
I hope as I read my statement, you continue to roll your eyes. I think it's important for the world to see what human rot looks like. Yeah, shake your head. There's nothing this court can do that would provide justice in my eyes. So all I ask is that you rot, and you rot slow.
Judge Doro
Damn.
sentenced Brooks to life in prison with no chance for parole.
Yeah, I bet those people were so pissed off about that dude.
Next, we go to Yolo County Superior Court in Woodland, California for a pretrial hearing. 7 months earlier, 42-year-old Corey Burlew was arrested and charged with attempted grand theft, more than $400.
Damn.
Attempted theft of a vehicle.
Was he at least a
possession
good
of
driver,
burglary
though?
tools,
That's the main
possession
question.
of a controlled substance.
We want to know if he was
Today,
a good driver.
Burlew is before Judge David Rosenberg for a status update on plea negotiations between his lawyer, David Nelson, and the state's attorney, David Wilson. Burlew is attending the hearing virtually, and as he waits for the judge to wrap up another case,
Monday, the 24th of October at 9 o'clock. Did you know that was United Nations Day?
Oh,
he nods off. And Burlew's sleepiness seems to be infectious.
Mr. Clerk, what else do we have left besides Clementine? We still have the Burlew matter. Mr. Burlew is waiting patiently.
Oh yeah, he's waiting
Burlew wakes
patiently,
up
all right.
Just as his name is mentioned, but then dozes off again. This time, the judge takes notice.
That's a first. I have never had someone just. Have you seen someone doze off? You've seen that before? No, on Zoom, you know.
I think someone needs to go and poke him with a stick.
No, he looks so comfortable.
Yeah,
He's sitting there in his garage or somewhere. Oh well. So, Mr. Nelson, what are you going to do about your client? Has he appeared or is he absent?
Well, he appeared before I did, but
you tried to call him?
I did, Your Honor, and I don't think he's got his phone on.
Because Burlew still hasn't woken up, the state's attorney asks to adjourn the hearing.
I would ask that we come back later this week. I'm thinking of this afternoon. Are you going to be?
I can be here this afternoon, Your Honor.
Well, the question is the defendant going to be here this? Well, yeah. I would continue it till 1:30 today.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
Whatever you do, do not wake him. I mean, just leave him on Zoom. Don't disconnect. Quite a shock when he wakes up.
Judge Rosenberg moves on to
He
the
just
next
wants
case.
to like prank him.
Short time later,
That's kind of funny.
Burlew wakes up, so the judge interrupts proceedings to get his attention.
Oh, Mr. Burlew. Wait one moment, everyone. Mr. Burlew, can you hear me? Give me the thumbs up if you can hear me. Thumbs up is given. Did you know you had dozed off?
Got a cold, I'm sick.
Yeah, I'm sorry to wake you, but you're in court. So stand by. We're going to call your matter in about 15 seconds, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So as to the Menifee matter, the requested...
Burlew looks like he's still battling the Sandman, but he manages to stay awake until he's called again.
What has been resolved in this case? It's here for pre-hearing conference.
Your Honor, Mr. Burlew had authorized me basically to negotiate a grant of probation.
Is he on like
That
some
has
cold
been now
medicine?
offered
I feel
by the
like he said he was
district
sick, so he
attorney's
may be on some
We need a plea.
like
Yes,
strong
sir.
cold
And then we
medicine.
need to get probation terms. So, Mr. Burlew,
Oh my
we do need you to come
God.
back on
That
Friday
face, he's just
at 9
fighting
o'clock.
so hard.
Currently, they're going to offer you
It is
grant
a
of
tough
probation,
battle.
but we need to have
He
you
is a
plead.
strong warrior.
Okay?
4 days later, at his next hearing, Burlew pled no contest to attempted grand theft more than $400. The other charges were dismissed. He remains free on bond, awaiting sentencing.
Not bad.
Next, we go to
Oh,
District
no.
Court in Ann Arbor, Michigan. 27-year-old Albana Methasani is before Judge Cedric Simpson for a virtual sentencing hearing. Almost 2 years earlier, Methasani was arrested for possession of a controlled substance and disturbing the peace. She's since taken a
disturbing the
deal,
peace.
pleading guilty to a lesser charge of using a controlled substance. The disturbing the peace charge has been dropped.
Are you Miss Methasani?
Hey, it's my best friend.
Hello. Court calls the case. I'm okay. Court calls the case. I found out Methasani.
Yeah, it's me. I just woke up, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Assistant Public Defender Melissa Kleeman on behalf of Ms. Methasani. She was referred for competency. We did get the report back. She was found to be competent. A PSIR was not done. So we are just asking to refer her for the PSIR and to get a new sentencing date.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So here's what I'm going to do, Ms. Methasani, on your case, is I'm going to re-refer you for a PSI, so you'll talk to my probation officer, and then I'm going to adjourn this sentencing date to August 10, 2022 at 9. Okay?
But I do get to leave jail, correct?
Well, I currently, what do you have her bond? I currently have her bond at 10,000, 10%. But
Well, can we make it at 0? Because I have.
Hold on.
Methasani's bond in this case was originally set at $10,000. She would have to post 10% or $1,000 to be released from jail, which she does not have.
Clearly.
Right, so here's the thing. My mom said if I can get it down to $500, then she may possibly be able to bail me out.
So here's what I'm going to do, Miss Methasani. Excuse me.
Just help me out, I don't mind paying. Like, I can find a way to get a hold of my mom, but maybe like lower it a little bit, or.
Well, that's what I was going to do. I'll lower it to $7,500. I'll give a 10% privilege on that, okay?
Okay.
Judge Simpson has reduced the bond that Methasani has to post in cash to $750. Now she just has to talk to her mom.
So, do I have permission to use the phones to call my mom? They always tell me that I can't.
Oh, this judge? What's wrong with this judge?
You pay for. Can you give some kind of order?
You're using the same phones that
Okay, I'm the president. Screw it. I'm the
Oh,
president.
he was in the news yesterday because of a guy?
sorry.
Wait, was he really?
You go and you tell them that, and let me know then how it goes.
You're a
Wait.
funny guy.
Well, thank you. I share your
I'm gonna miss talking to you.
The news.
Yeah, I'm
what
sure
what
we'll
happened in the
talk
news
again.
with this guy?
Okay.
Hopefully not.
All right. So wait, hold on. What is his name? Han J. Cedric Simpson. Okay, Honorable Cedric Simpson? Cedric Simpson? Judge? Okay, what happened? Oh, it was this dude! Oh, I seen the Charlie video. I seen it. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Judge stunned when a man with suspended license joins court Zoom call while driving. Yes. This dude.
Court calls case People versus Corey Harris.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
That's the really cool thing about
Assistant
like
Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be.
this is the cool thing about like watching these court cases, because like you'll see like the same judges. That's pretty cool.
Present is due.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
He wasn't supposed to be driving, right?
Hey.
This judge looks so nice. He looks so nice. He just
You
threw up the
stationary?
pen.
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter.
He just threw his pen, bro. Like, he was not.
So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now. Hey.
Man with suspended license joins the court while he's driving. While he's driving, bro. The
I'm
video is
pulling in
better.
right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
4 weeks.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
Oh.
Yeah, Corey, you fucked up.
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washtenaw County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
Yeah, you done fucked up. You... Can we follow this court hearing? The Michigan State judge appeared shocked when Corey Harris, who was charged with driving with a suspended license, appeared in this court hearing over Zoom for the charges while he's driving. Indiana may cover the cost to install solar if you live in these zips. What? Why? Why? I'm so sick of this shit.
Oh man.
Okay.
Despite Judge Simpson lowering her bond, Mathesani has not made bail and remains in jail pending sentencing.
It's so crazy. I hate it so much that, like, drunk driving, and it's always like the car that runs it, or when they run into another car, that car suffers the most severe injuries, while the person that was drunk driving suffers little to no injuries because they're completely relaxed. Because the body or the alcohol just relaxes the entire body, so they don't tense up when shit happens. It's just, it's so unfair. It's such an unfair bodily function that fucking happens when you're drunk.
Arrested at the scene.
When it comes to, like,
later
cases
pled
like,
no
will
contest.
you shit
He's
yourself?
facing anywhere from 9 to 45 years in.
You know what? At least it would be an inconvenience to them versus, like, you know, the other car that's, you know, suffering, you know, death, and fractures and broken spines and, you know, what have you. The least the drunk guy could do is shit him. Goodbye.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to
Goodbye
never miss a new
to
video
you.
and catch full episodes on
Man demands a new judge
AETV.com.
amid wild outbursts. Oh, I can't wait to see this shit. I love this court cam shit.
First up, we're in Longview, Washington for an arraignment. 38-year-old Christopher Belvoir has been charged with resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. Several hours earlier, Belvoir was arrested for wandering around a YMCA at 4 o'clock in the morning.
How did he get inside
Police
there?
were called to the scene, and after the defendant
Was this
failed
like
to
an
cooperate,
abandoned YMCA?
he was arrested. At the time, Belvoir was free on a personal recognizance bond for assault and other charges.
Why is this man
His
free?
bust at the Y was a violation of his bond conditions. Today he appears
Yeah, he
remotely
looks like a
before
real
Judge
gentleman.
Edward Putka. And right off the bat, things get off to a rocky start.
Why does he have crazy eyes already?
And disorderly conduct.
Hey, can I tell you something?
Just a minute.
I didn't do either one of those things, sir. So
Okay.
your charges and your officers is outrageous.
Mr. Belvoir, if you keep talking like that, I'm gonna send you in the back, no bail, and we're gonna come back to you tomorrow.
All I was doing was trespassing at YMCA.
Mr. Belvoir, one more time, you're using obscenity in this courtroom, and I'm gonna put you in the back. You're not gonna get out of jail. Just
I want
listen.
my lawyer
and I want my lawyer present right now.
Okay, just listen up.
Desmond Cloakey, I'm not gonna listen to you with a bunch of fake charges.
Okay, just take it easy. Okay, calm down.
Okay, go ahead. Read out the fake charges, sir.
All right, so the charges are resisting arrest and disorderly conduct.
They're both lies.
Okay. The maximum penalty for this is 90 days in jail and fines and costs of $2,050. Do you understand what you're charged?
Yes, sir.
The judge goes on to explain the defendant's rights before turning to defense attorney Oleg Balaban.
I find probable
Balaban.
cause for the charges.
Oleg
Do you want to enter not
Balaban.
guilty, please, on his behalf, then, Mr. Balaban?
Yes, Your Honor, said not guilty. Not guilty.
Judge Putka asked the state for its bond recommendation.
It's kind of like
The
a
city's
of the
recommending
Denzel
$1,000
Demidon.
bail.
Home of the
The
Denzel
problem is
Demidon.
he's got other pending cases between July and today, and he was presumably released on recognizance on those cases on condition that he stay out of trouble.
That $1,000 bill in your court, in your system is f***ing kangaroo court. Excuse my language.
The judge
did it
remains
again.
calm as the defendant continues to argue.
Sir, look, I'd like to change judges or whatever the hell. This guy is biased against me, and if you guys keep me in jail for something I did not do, the police assaulted me after I was walking away peacefully.
You want to talk about bail? Mr. Balaban?
Yes, Your Honor. I just suggest we set for a pretrial at this point.
All right, I'm going to set the pretrial on October 6th at 10 a.m. Mr. Belvoir, your behavior convinces me that you need to stay in jail.
Damn.
You just...
Sir, I would like to make you not my judge and my behavior in court. Guess what? See, I got my ass whooped by your little bitch ass officer.
The bail is $2,000 cash. $2,000.
Oh, you're not giving me any bail.
After setting the bond at $2,000, Judge Putka sets a date for a pretrial hearing.
October 6th. That's all.
Listen to me. I have the right to change my f***ing judge. You guys hold me in jail. You will be fine, Mr. Zucker. Yeah, this is the officer right here last night that f***ing hurt me. You know what? You guys are all f***ing
Belvoir failed to post bond. Eventually
What
pled
was he
guilty to all
doing
charges,
that, like,
including his earlier
incurred the
assault
wrath
charge.
of these
He was sentenced
officers?
to a total of 24 days in jail.
Should have went for the 93 days.
Thanks
just
for
because
being
he was
a
a
fan
menace.
of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to never miss
wish
a
some
new
of these
video
people would,
and
like,
catch full episodes
Be
on
sentenced to the
AETV.com.
full extent of the law.
Okay, wait,
Except for me. If I ever were to get in trouble, I do not.
That shot a warning shot into the ground.
Judge's mind blown by crazy details in protection order case.
Next, we're in Atlanta, Georgia, for a protection order hearing.
Oh, okay. Georgia?
53-year-old Rhonda Love has requested a TPO against Rietta Walker. Love claims that Walker has harassed her online and showed up at her house demanding money. Their connection? Walker has been having an affair with Love's husband of 7 years.
Oh.
Today, both parties appear remotely before Judge Alex Manning.
Miss Love, tell
poor
me
Manning.
what Miss Walker did to you, specifically what she did to you. Please. She showed at my house 3 times, once with a man and a gun in her car. My husband came to the porch and said, call the police, she got a gun in the car.
Tell me what happened, why she came over there.
Her and my husband know each other.
Had an affair.
Exactly, and it has been going on for some time. She has been calling me like the first of every month saying that he owes her money. She started talking like, this is me, tell that call me or something she said. But
Look
I
at
don't
her
want to
sitting
between
there
her
like
and
that.
His relationship. I've been knowing about.
Are you okay with the affair?
I'm okay with it.
Oh, okay.
I tried not to break them up because I wanted him to go there, but he wouldn't leave. He's still here.
Oh, so you want him to leave you and go be with her?
Yeah.
Well, Miss Walker, let him come on over and live. What do you do? You don't want him that bad either, right, Miss Walker?
I don't want him there. There's too much drama and a lot of lies. I don't want him. I'm okay. I don't have a problem with her either.
Well, look at that, Miss Walker. She don't even want him. You can't even give him away. You don't want him. She don't want him.
The judge seems baffled by the situation, But things only get stranger as Love explains how the altercations nearly became violent.
Oh no.
She started to insult me. Then she left after I called the police. And then when she came back again, she came back with a butcher knife. She had that knife out in her hand. She is running around here with a butcher knife in my yard, slapping on
What
my
the
car.
fuck are these
I
faces
really had
that
to
she's
send a
making
warning
Rietta?
shot at her in order for her.
You fired a shot at me.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, wait a minute. But you shot at her. You fired a...
I shot a warning shot into the ground.
Oh my God.
You know what they always say, if it's
The two women
break that
continue
shit
arguing
some more, then
until
it'll be
Judge
fixed.
Manning learns
I don't
that
think
the man they're
that's
fighting
ever.
over has
Also, what's up, Momo?
13 children from 12 different women.
What?
All right. He has 12 children. 12 children by 12 different women.
13 by 12.
13 kids, 12 different women.
And
What-
listen, I love children. These women are all fine with me. I'm fine with them. And maybe he's whorish. Maybe that's his thing. But at the same time, he's good to me. It's not about what he and I got going on or how many children we have. You don't never go
Is she
to another
crazy?
woman's house about no man. This is not what women do, especially not business women. Business women do not clown like that.
I'm so
Before
confused.
making a ruling, the judge wants a little more information from Love.
So you knew he was a cheater when you married him.
Exactly. And I agree. Because that's our choice. I knew he was a whorish man. I knew he was. But that has nothing to do with how I feel about him or how he makes me feel.
So
I don't know. He would make me angry. People he would make angry. But here's the deal, man. I mean, you can't go out firing weapons, even if she is out there kicking you, kicking your car or doing whatever.
The Lulu ain't the Salulu.
Miss Walker.
Yo,
Yes, ma'am.
my ass cheeks hurt.
Your mama, she must want better for you.
Yes, ma'am, and I am doing better. I'm doing a lot better.
This ain't some sister wives things. I don't know what y'all got going on, but there's a whole bunch of drama. Here's what I'm gonna do though.
Is this a
in
real
30
court?
days, man, this is gonna be over. Ms. Walker, don't go back over there. This is gonna expire on October the 23rd.
And I'm asking for my PTO. And I'm asking
I'm granting it for 30 days, Miss Love. Miss Walker, God help you. You live in the same neighborhood. So if you gotta pass her house, find another way out.
Okay.
After issuing the 30-day protection order, Judge Manning has a final comment for the plaintiff.
Miss Love, put your gun away. Cause you're not once that bullet leaves the end of that barrel, there ain't nothing you can do to control it. There is no such thing as a warning shot. You understand me?
Yes.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to never miss a new
it
video.
just
and
got,
catch
like,
full
worse and
episodes on
worse.
AETV.com.
Versus like, oh, okay, so you don't want your husband because he's a cheating man. Oh no, I married him even though I knew he was a cheating man. What?
Battery. And after his arrest, Goldstein
What is
allegedly
this?
got into
Court
a
Cam,
fight
you're
in
fired.
jail, picking up a second battery charge.
Oh, I think
He's
we were
pled
watching this
not
video.
guilty to both charges.
You
He was
are
initially
fired.
granted bond
Fired.
of $1,500, but failed to post it, so he's been in the county jail since his arrest. Today, Goldstein appears before Judge Carmen Cabarga, who will decide if there's probable cause in his case and if the bond amount will be adjusted. Representing the state is Nessa F.
State. So it looks like in this affidavit, it states that, he pushed the victim first. The defendant's in custody on a misdemeanor battery, which owner said a $1,500.
I'm like playing with a bottle cap with a chopstick.
As the judge looks over the
You hear like
charge,
popping or
Goldstein
like.
argues his case, not realizing his microphone is muted.
I do find probable cause, and I'll give a bond of $1,500.
Warning shot. The warning was the bang.
Anything
I'll
else?
hold you back.
No, Judge.
Because of
damn
the
it.
jailhouse incident, Judge Kabarga sets a second bond for Goldstein for an additional $1,500.
I forgot to change that
increasing his
too.
bond
Fuck
total
my
to
life.
$3,000. But just as the judge is ready to move on to the next case,
Give me a second.
Goldstein unmutes his microphone.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Same facility. Stay.
Hello? Ma'am, can you hear me now? I don't think you could hear me before.
No, I can hear you now.
I was saying, I'm Goldstein.
Yes.
I don't want her or anybody representing me, any lawyer at the moment.
Okay.
And I don't want to give in personam jurisdiction to the court. So therefore, I'd like you to dismiss the case.
Okay.
In personam jurisdiction is a legal phrase that basically means the court has jurisdiction over a defendant.
And also,
Stretch,
I have
thank you for
another
the stretch.
case that I was going to ask you to also. I don't want to give in personam jurisdiction to the court. That way, I want you to dismiss basically all the cases that I have.
All right.
And I would like immediate release also.
I'm not doing that at this time.
Of course he would.
Ma'am, you just agreed that you were going to dismiss the case.
No, I did not, sir.
The defendant seems to have his own interpretation of the judge's responses.
I want you to dismiss basically all the cases that I have.
All right. You are to stay away from. Do you understand, sir? As best that you're.
No, I don't understand. I explained to you. I know all about the whole 13th Amendment. And,
Stay away from me.
Okay, I was making sure that it
I
worked
got another
kind of
reason why
properly.
the case should be dismissed then. You don't have a valid charging instrument.
All right, sir. Thank you.
The case is dismissed then?
Right, the case is not dismissed, sir. I set a bond of $1,500, okay?
Okay, I
Is
got
he
a question
basically-
about
is-
my other case then.
I can't answer a question about the other case. I don't have that in.
It just reminds me of just like I mean, I guess good for him for trying, but like you're asking her, can you dismiss the whole case? Fire the lawyer first, dismiss the whole case, drop the charges, just let's just all go home, okay? Let's have some tea, throw a party and rub each other's feet. Yeah, definitely. I don't want to proceed with this anymore.
I'm turning off my. You can't go back on your word. You already explained that you were okay with dismissing this case.
No, you misunderstood.
I explained right away that I don't want her representing me.
I understand that, sir. It's a first appearance. I just found probable cause on the charge of the case that's before me today, okay? Thank
I
you.
don't understand that, ma'am. You can't go back on your word. Let's look at the charging instrument.
Sir,
But
we're
look,
finished for today, okay?
and what about my other? Okay, I got a question. Listen, I got another case. Well, I would like.
She
to
doesn't know about that
take care
case.
of
She's not on that
Look,
case.
let's rule fairly. This is ridiculous. You know, there's a lot of cruel and unusual punishment. You just agreed.
At this time, sir, that case will be addressed by a different judge, okay?
I would like you to take care of it. That whole case is all crazy. When is my next?
Sir, we are done for today. Thank you.
Despite Goldstein's lack of success at this hearing, both of his cases were later dismissed due to lack of evidence.
Oh, he did get dismissed. Okay, that's what's up.
Next, we're in Taylor.
Maybe that does
Michigan for
work.
an
Just
arraignment.
like, hey, can you dismiss it, by the way?
47-year-old Joshua Lanto has been charged with interference with police activity.
How?
Misdemeanor.
What was he doing?
4 weeks earlier, Lanto was filming and yelling at officers as they tried to conduct traffic stops.
Oh, okay. Now it
He
makes
was
sense.
arrested and charged. And today, Lanto appears virtually before Judge Joseph Slavin, presumably to enter a plea. Representing the state is David Greco. Before discussing the case, Lanto's court-appointed
Gecko.
attorney, James Gazicki, has a request of the court.
That's a cool name, Greco.
I'm asking the court right now if I could withdraw on this matter. I don't think I could adequately help Mr. Lanto in his legal arguments, and I'm just asking the court if I can withdraw.
All right. Then, Mr. Lanto, then I can appoint a different court-appointed attorney.
I don't want anybody speaking for me. As a matter of fact, I mean, all I really want is to be left alone. So that's first and foremost.
First, let me do the arraignment part, because I need to let you know what exactly you're being charged with, all right? Now, it is alleged that while in the city of Taylor, that you violated City Ordinance 32-31, which is a charge commonly known as interfering with the police authority. That is a misdemeanor punishable by 93 days in jail and or up to
Oh, that's crazy. He wants to be dismissed.
So,
I wonder why, though.
as to that charge, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
The question's pretty straightforward, but Lanto has other matters he'd like to discuss.
Well, first, can I just make a few clarifications?
I'm going to caution you that anything you say can and will be used against you. So
I understand, and you're stating that it's based on
What's
an
up,
interaction. So my
Grim?
guess is that you have no firsthand knowledge of anything that happened.
Well, I'm not stating anything. All I'm telling you is what the people of the city of Taylor have charged you with.
It seemed like you were getting a little angry. I don't know. I mean,
I'm not getting angry, sir. Nobody's trying to bamboozle you or anything like that. I just need to know if you're pleading guilty or not guilty. And if you're not answering that question, then I'll.
Is that a Freemason book?
So that it preserves
Oh gosh,
and the case still moves forward.
Dude, I could go on about the Freemasons and how I'm not a fan of them, to say the least. For those of you that don't know, Freemasons, I don't want to mess this up because they're very influential. Here's the wiki. Yeah, Freemason. So, it refers to a fraternal organization that trace their origins to the local guilds of stonemasons that, from the end of the 14th century, regulated the qualification of stonemasons. Basically, they're basically a closed groups, like a group. But the thing is that they're so influential. So you have people that are part of, or not people, but men. It's just men allowed in these. And you get these people in the sometimes you get them in normal jobs, like, but they're in like high positions, so like influential. But then there are a lot of Freemasons that are in politics, and they're politicians, officers, they're all of this. So it gets a very gray area. And it's just very strange. They do like a lot of art, or they have what's the my ex was like really into it. I guess like he had an invitation to it. They did have to pay a fee. I do remember him like having to like pay a fee for it. Him attending some meetings and things like that, but then because his grandfather was in it. But I don't know beyond that. But it just never rubbed me the right way.
Well, like I said, I would just prefer to be left alone and not have to come back at all. And my concern is we've got a police officer and we've got a prosecutor. Both are state actors, and they're trying to bring charges against me. And I just want to know, because you are a judge and you are another state actor, am I going to get a fair and meaningful hearing?
I swore an oath to the Constitution that I put my hand on the Bible and swore to. And I'm telling you, I don't break my oath.
Okay,
so
would you agree
that you're not going to get a fair hearing? That's my job, is to make sure that fairness happens, that due process happens.
Judge Slavin remains calm, even as Lanto questions the integrity of the court.
If the victim is going to be the city of Taylor and it's going to be presided over by a judge that is paid by the city of Taylor, then I have serious concerns for the fairness and the meaningfulness of these proceedings.
I am a judge of the 23rd District Court of the state of Michigan. It's located in the city of Taylor, but I am not. I don't work for the city of Taylor. And right now, I can do one of two things. One, I can set this up for a pretrial, or I can just set it for a jury trial or bench trial right now.
This time, instead of answering the judge's one question, Lanto offers up a proposal to end the case.
I'm willing to forego any intention of criminal charges against the prosecutor if they're willing to just dismiss this now.
Huh?
Leave me alone.
The judge has had enough and decides to wrap things up by scheduling a settlement conference between the state and the defendant.
I would advise. If there's a resolution, then there's a resolution. If there's not a resolution, then I'll ask if you want a bench trial or jury trial. All right?
Outstanding, because I'd like to talk to this prosecutor who I suspect is a criminal at this time.
A criminal? Oh my god.
Finally crossed the line.
I'm going to caution you, Mr. Lanto. I'm going to caution you, and I'm going to caution you once. And the next time it happens, I will hold you in contempt. I do not run a Jerry Springer show. I do not run a Jerry Springer show where the litigants are going to use words and things and call each other names. Until you prove otherwise in a court of law beyond a reasonable doubt, you are not to call any other litigant a criminal.
Lanto decides to heed Judge Slavin's warning.
That's probably for the best.
Okay, I certainly appreciate you being fair.
That's what to do. That's what I always do. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The judge went on to grant Gizicki's request and removed him from the case. As for Lanto, he's been assigned a new public defender, and his case is pending.
Of course, his case is still
Thanks
pending.
for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to
I don't
never
know.
miss a
I
new
feel like with
video
the masonry,
and
if you're
catch
not a part of the
full episodes on
Masons,
AETV.com.
we should do a deep dive of the Freemasons. Really.
First up, we head to Youngstown, Ohio
Yo,
for a preliminary
what up?
hearing.
What up? Oh, God,
20-year-old Seon Peterson has been charged with complicity to murder.
complicity to murder.
A month earlier, Peterson was allegedly
Testing
involved in a
what?
fight between two groups
No, we
outside a
should get
Youngstown
into,
restaurant. Police say a number
the
of teens were
Freemasons,
present,
like the history of
including
Freemasons.
15-year-old
Freemasonry.
Amaya Montserrat.
How are you?
Multiple
I'm doing all right.
shots were
I am
fired,
a little
including
sleepy.
one that police say came from a
But
black
nah, I'm
vehicle,
good. How are you?
hitting Amaya.
I didn't end up taking that nap.
She was taken to a nearby hospital, but died later that night. After receiving help from eyewitnesses, police determined that
Oh, you just
Peterson
woke
was
up?
driving the car and that the shooter was his 17-year-old passenger. Both were arrested and charged.
Testing. Oh, it's testing
Peterson's
the meme.
bond was
making sure it
initially
was,
set
like,
at $1
working
million,
properly.
while the teen was
11
held in a
a.m.
juvenile
Oh,
detention center.
nice.
Today, Peterson appears before Magistrate Megan Brundage for his preliminary hearing. His attorney, Michael Kivligan, is asking the court to lower Peterson's bond to $750,000 since he has little or no criminal record. Seated in the gallery are several members of the
watching
victim's
trials?
family,
We're just watching
including
court
her
cam.
father,
So just like
37-year-old
it's
Jose
trash
Montserrat.
TV, but
When the state and
it's
magistrate
like,
agree to the
it's
bond
like
modification,
most.
the moment becomes too emotional for Montserrat.
It's the more extreme cases that happen in court. Oh!
Montserrat sprints down the aisle, headed straight for Peterson. He may have reached the defendant if not for the quick reaction of this deputy, who slides a chair in Montserrat's path. At least 4 officers are needed to restrain him, as the defendant is held in the back of the courtroom. Montserrat is placed in cuffs as the gallery disperses.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Go out. Everybody out.
So what? So wait.
Amaya's mother shows her own frustration before she leaves.
Let's go. That bond should be the same amount. That bond should be the same. That bond should be. He was there. He was there.
All right.
Once Montserrat calms down, he's found to be in contempt of court and sentenced to 10 days in jail. As for Peterson, he was hit with additional felony charges. If found guilty, he could be sentenced to anywhere from 15 years to life in prison.
Oh!
The alleged
So
shooter
they
has
were
been
like.
charged with multiple felonies, but it's yet to be determined if he'll be
Oh,
tried
so they're
as an
basically just
adult
upset
or a
that he
minor.
killed someone.
He's pled not
that
guilty in
they-
a juvenile
Oh,
court.
I see. That's why that guy went after him.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to
believe it,
A&E to never miss a new
I'd do it
video.
too.
And
I wouldn't
catch
give a
full
fuck.
episodes
I'd
on
be like, oh, you think I care
AETV.com.
whether I'm going to jail or not? No.
Next, we're in Taylor, Michigan
Aw,
for an
slave it
arraignment.
again. Rude defendant questions
47-year-old
judge's
Joshua
decision. We just watched
Lanto
this.
has been charged
We
with
literally just watched
interference
this.
with police activity, a misdemeanor. 4 weeks earlier, Lanto was filming and yelling at officers as they tried to conduct.
Defendant claims she's the wife of a prince. What?
Next, we're in Lansing, Michigan for an arraignment. 67-year-old Giannina Ballerini has been charged with 2 counts of assaulting, resisting, or obstructing a police officer.
Giannina?
A day earlier, Ballerini was at a local shopping center when she had a run-in with an officer. When she refused to cooperate, she was arrested.
What the fuck did she do?
Today, Ballerini appears before Judge Stacia Buchanan to hear if she'll make bond. But things get off to a rocky start.
Are you how do you say, Giannina Ballerini?
Oh no, my name is Kulhum bin Laden Mohammed Al Saud.
Oh, I don't have you here, and I don't have a file for you.
Yeah, they're confused. My name is Kulhum bin Laden Mohammed Al Saud.
There appears to be some confusion about the defendant's name.
Your Honor, you have the right file. I have the right file? Yes, ma'am.
Well, you got the wrong person. And I said, call my husband, Crown Prince Mohammed Al Saud from Saudi Arabia.
Oh my
the defendant
God.
is claiming to be the wife of Saudi Arabia's prince, 37-year-old Mohammed Al Saud. Judge Buchanan continues with the hearing.
This
So I'm gonna
clown
read you the
music.
complaint
I
that
don't
you
even know
know.
what the crime is.
This says that you did assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger Officer Erica Halfman, a police officer of the Lansing Police Department that you knew or
She
had reason to know
lied.
was performing her
Clearly.
duties. That's a
That
felony
was a
punishable
guy
by
anyway that mentioned me, not a
that's
woman.
that's a felony punishable by 2 years in prison and or $2,000.
Yeah.
And that
It
count
was a
2 years.
man that arrested me. K9. That's the one that complained. I didn't
So that
attack him.
you can't yell over me. It's my turn to speak.
Her
You're here
proclaimed
now, and you've been
name
arrested,
is
and
a
my job
man's
is to
name.
read you the
Is it?
charges.
You don't know his
My
taste.
job is
Maybe
to
he
tell
likes
you.
women like his
You don't
wine
belong
age.
here.
Actually,
Maybe.
that isn't your job.
I'm
That's
going
not
home.
your job.
On the bridge. Damn it. That's all.
Nope, that's
I'm
not
gonna
your
shut
job.
up. I don't know nothing. And bitch.
Okay, now you
This
cross the
person
line.
is dangerously close to just being in contempt for saying bitch to the judge. You want to keep going?
The defendant remains quiet, and the judge moves on to the subject of representation.
Do you want a public defender to assist you in this case so that you can explain your side of it?
Yeah, I'm male. Not a
I'm sorry.
female with glasses and I haven't been at school maybe a month. I'm male.
Oh
You have the right to
my
request
God.
the gender of the lawyer
She's
to
a
assist you.
misogynist.
That's ridiculous.
Call my husband, period. The Crown Prince that runs Saudi Arabia. And I'm Arabian, not American. So you don't own me, you understand?
Do you have a local address
Yes,
where
that
you
could be
can
the
receive
case, but the
mail?
name she proclaims as a bin, which is for
Crown
male,
Prince, Saudi
while if
Arabia.
it's for women,
Look it
it's
up. We don't
binty.
give it
That's-
away on the internet.
Ms. Schroeder, anything you want to add so that I can make a bond decision today?
Based on the lack of criminal record, I'd ask for a PR bond, but we need local information. That's all, I mean, for contact.
My husband, Mohammed, he runs Arabia,
Oh my God.
Saudi Arabia, the one you got oil for, free oil. That one, that dude, you idiot.
If the court's inclined to keep her in custody, I would ask that she be seen by psychiatric services. Thank you.
From
Yeah,
now on,
I
shut
agree.
up. Don't even say a word. I don't know nothing.
Okay, based on the conversation here today, I don't believe that this defendant's going to appear for any future court dates. I have real concerns about the combative nature of what our discussion has been. So bond will be set at $10,000 cash surety.
Ballerini
turned her
did
back.
not make bond and remains in custody.
Yeah, I bet
Her
she
case
didn't
is
make
pending
bond.
as she undergoes a mental
But
health
what about her?
evaluation.
What about her prince husband? Surely that's like a drop.
Thanks for being
That's
a
a
fan
penny
of
drop
CourtCam.
of his
Subscribe
like
to
of his
A&E to
millions
never
and
miss a new
millions,
video and catch
billions.
full episodes on
That's just a penny
AETV.com.
to get his beautiful wife out of jail for assaulting a police officer in America. Why would his wife be in Saudi Arabia? I mean, I should not question the prince nor his wife.
We go to Tampa, Florida for the trial of Jeremy Guerrero. The 32-year-old has been charged with DUI manslaughter. 2.5 years earlier, Guerrero was driving with a passenger in his car when he struck another vehicle, sending it into a tree and killing the driver.
Was he drunk
57-year-old
driving?
Maria Perez, a married mother of 5. Guerrero and his passenger suffered no major injuries from the crash.
Were they drunk?
When police arrived, they asked Guerrero, who was high on methamphetamine, to do a series of sobriety tests. After failing the tests, police took Guerrero into custody and drove to a nearby.
So he was
fire
high, he
station
wasn't
to do
drunk.
a blood test.
It's so fucking shit, man.
On their way, officers told Guerrero about the accident.
We hit another car.
Those tests are shit.
When
Yeah,
Guerrero
they are,
learned that a
but
woman had died in the crash, he tried to place the blame on his passenger, a woman named Mary.
She's messed up. She was the driver, and it's her car. Was high. You know what I mean? And she insisted on driving all the way back.
that man's
But
a real
police
piece of
claimed
shit.
Guerrero was the driver, and he was officially charged. Guerrero pled not guilty. His lawyer argued that because Mary's DNA was found on the driver's side airbag, while Guerrero's was not, that Guerrero could not have been the driver. The trial ended with a hung jury, but the state decided
That
to
is
try
the
it again.
weirdest. That is the weirdest mask I've ever seen. I don't think I've seen those masks. Oh, I'm sure they're not popular now, but like that is such a weird mask. It's like a.
Today,
like
as
a-
Guerrero's second trial gets underway,
It's like putting your
prosecutors
mouth
put
in
the
like a
arresting
fish
officer,
tank. That's what it looks like.
Joseph
It's just a
Angelici, on the
display
stand.
of your mouth.
In my opinion, this individual is impaired beyond his normal faculties to operate motor vehicles safely.
During a break, Guerrero, who's been disruptive throughout the trial, directs a comment at the officer.
Of course he
getting
did.
the attention of Judge Michael Williams.
DNA don't lie. They're manipulating the trial.
It's disruptive. I let it go the first time. It's not gonna happen a second time.
Yes, sir.
But later, the judge catches Guerrero making gestures from the defense table.
You're not gonna gesture to anybody again.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Are we clear? You said you were clear last time. Are you clear this time?
Yes, sir.
When things calm down, the prosecution plays an important
Don't you
piece
used
of
to
evidence
live in a
for
fish
the
tank?
jury.
I mean,
You're gonna see the
yes,
defendant
that's true.
get
But
into
I'm
the
just
driver's
saying
seat,
that to me, that just looked
drive
weird.
away from the gas station.
How's your YouTube channel
When Guerrero
going?
takes the stand,
My
he
YouTube
maintains
channel?
his innocence. He even tries to explain away the surveillance footage.
So we made
Do you
it to
mean
about
like my live
lights
channel
down.
right now? I think it's
And
going
pulled over to
okay.
the side of the road and quickly switched seats. Were you driving the car? Hell no.
But the prosecution introduces a new piece of evidence that was not
It's
part
chilling.
of the
We're
first
big
trial.
chilling over there, you
A
know.
phone
Whoops.
call Guerrero made while in jail.
Yeah,
I chose.
it's big
to
chilling.
drive
It's
alone.
calm.
She started fighting with me, pulled the steering wheel, and let me run into that other car.
This time, the jury returned with a unanimous verdict: guilty.
Guilty, guilty, guilty.
Guerrero was sentenced to 20 years in a Central Florida prison, plus 10 years of probation.
Hung jury?
Mary, the passenger in Guerrero's car that day, was never charged in the incident.
What is happening?
We go to Houston, Texas, for the trial of Terry Thompson. He's been charged with murder in the death of 24-year-old John Hernandez. The incident occurred at this restaurant when an intoxicated Hernandez, who's here with his wife, stepped outside the diner. That's when Thompson pulled up with his daughters and allegedly saw Hernandez urinating in the parking lot.
Ow.
Some
This
words
ain't
were
Paris.
exchanged, and according to Thompson, Hernandez threw a punch.
You
In
can't
this
just
footage, you
piss
can see
wherever you
Thompson
want.
in the red shirt wrestle Hernandez to the ground.
Oh shit.
He then puts Hernandez in a chokehold and gets on top of him. Meanwhile, Thompson's
Choke
wife
him.
Shauna, an
Choke
off-duty
him.
sheriff's deputy, arrives at
Okay,
the
that's
scene.
disgusting, but not death deserved.
There's Shauna holding Hernandez's arm down.
What is
A
happening?
Much larger Thompson has Hernandez pinned to the ground. woman attempts to record the incident, but bystanders block her view while the struggle continues in the background.
No, stop! Why are you recording? Just stop! It's illegal to record. Just stop!
It's not
Thompson and his
illegal to
wife
record
eventually
in
let him
America.
But by then, Hernandez was unconscious. Realizing how serious the situation had become, Shauna began to administer CPR on Hernandez. Paramedics arrived and took him to the hospital. 3 days later, Hernandez died from his injuries.
Why did they do that?
Thompson and his wife were charged with murder.
Yeah!
Not guilty. The trial of Terry Thompson ended in a hung jury, as 11 of the 12 jurors voted not guilty. But since it was a hung jury, the state tried him a second time. This time, the prosecution adds new witnesses and digs into
Deserved
Thompson's
death
past,
penalty.
claiming he was a violent man with a hot temper who had a history of assaulting his own children. They also showed footage of the incident in court, arguing Thompson used excessive force and had a defenseless Hernandez in a chokehold for over 3 minutes.
At the moment, 24-year-old John Hernandez gives up. At the moment, 24-year-old John Hernandez taps out, and you continue.
And they both.
Certainly
It's
not
both of them. It's not just the man. The woman was also there too,
Meanwhile,
holding him down.
Thompson's attorney argued it was self-defense, and that Hernandez, who was drunk the night of the incident, was the true aggressor, and that according to his own wife, couldn't handle his alcohol.
He's a mean drunk. He's a loudmouth. He's an ass. Those are her words, not mine.
After hearing and seeing all the evidence presented, the jury returned with a verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Terry Brian Thompson, guilty of murder.
Yes!
Before he learns his sentence, which could be anywhere from 2 years to life, Hernandez's wife shows Thompson some sympathy.
You repent for what you did. I will forgive you. Because there's nothing I can do. There's nothing else to say.
Now the terms of Thompson's sentence are read by Judge Kelly Johnson.
Assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for 25 years.
Yep.
Thompson was sentenced to 25 years in a Texas prison and won't be eligible for parole until the year 2031,
Yep.
when he'll be 55 years old. Thompson
What about
did
his
file
wife?
an appeal with the state, but it was denied.
What about the wife? What about the
As
wife?
for his wife, Shauna, she was fired from the sheriff's office, but the murder charge against her was dropped, as the prosecution believed they did not have sufficient evidence to convict.
Well, at least she got fired, but I don't
We
know.
now
I
head
don't think
over
that
to
was enough.
Maricopa County Superior Court in Phoenix, Arizona, for the murder trial of alleged gang member Ramon Bueno.
Swear the testimony you're about to give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's all we got.
Yes, I do. Bueno's charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault, along with the attempted murder of a police officer. The officer?
James, could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is James Casey. I'm a retired Arizona Department of Public Safety state trooper.
14, is that right?
Ah, state trooper. Ah, yes.
Casey, just 5 years earlier, pulled over Bueno and some friends for heavily tinted windows, a violation in Arizona, when Bueno allegedly pulled out a gun and shot Casey in the face.
But where in the
Tell
face?
us about what happened that night, how it got to where we are today.
I said, your social security number. I said, I have your social security number. I'll run you that way. And so he said 6. And then he said, when he said 6, I started to lean in because it sounded like he was giving me something. And he said 0. And I heard 0. And the next thing I heard was an explosion.
Tell us what you remember happening next.
I remember Ray, our Trooper Cruz, Ray, I saw him, I remember him straddling me, and I remember I was looking up at him, and he kept saying, Casey, Casey. He's like, you okay, you okay? And I remember he told me that I had been shot. And I was making a mental note. So what I was doing is, I was just staring at the ground, and I was just putting people's heads, their pictures in my head. I was thinking my wife, and I was naming her name, my mom, and I was saying, Mom. I'd see a picture of my dad, I'd say, Dad. My brother, I'd say, Tim. You know, I was just trying not to, I was just trying to think. I was like, if I go down and go out, I'm dead. I will never wake up.
The following pictures you're about to see are graphic. It'll be hard to look at for some viewers.
Oh, maybe I
Trooper
shouldn't
Casey
see
tells
these.
the jury how he suffered through a total of 17 surgeries and
Oh.
medical procedures, including having his nose,
Okay,
and his
so they
face
blurred it out. It's all good.
reconstructed, and how he has to live the rest of his life with bullet fragments in his head.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bueno.
Good afternoon.
We do have verdicts. We'll bring in the jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
At the conclusion
So he
of
like,
the trial,
and this is
jurors
why cops get
deadlocked
gun
on
happy.
the attempted murder charge, but Ramon Bueno is found guilty of 7 of the 8 remaining charges and sentenced to over 85 years in prison.
That is a really bad injury. He looked fine
We take you inside
sitting,
the Fresno
like
County
he
Superior
looked
Court
fine
in
while he was
Fresno,
up there, but
California,
like
for a sentencing.
those pictures from the fucking the hospital looks
35-year-old
awful.
Curtis Travis has been found guilty of murder, robbery, auto theft, and hit and run. Nearly 2 years earlier, Travis and 24-year-old Steven Stowers broke into a family's home and stole a laptop, cash, and keys to a pickup.
You could tell he isn't the same. Yeah, no, he's just not the same. The fact that he
The two men
retired
sped
so
away,
young.
driving through red lights before crashing into another vehicle. The driver of the other vehicle, Heliodoro Revolcaba, was killed in the crash.
Some of these
Travis
names
and
are just
Stowers fled the
crazy.
scene on foot,
2 Fresno
but
men.
were arrested a few weeks later. Through blood evidence found in the truck, investigators determined
Curtis
that
Travis
Travis
looks like
was the
Drake.
driver of the stolen
Curtis
vehicle.
Travis.
Though both
This dude? Left? Oh, the left dude? Canadian rapper. I didn't know he was Canadian. I guess if Drake was white.
men were charged in Heliodoro's death. They both pled not guilty. Stowers was found guilty of robbery and theft, but his murder trial ended with a hung jury.
What
That
does a
was
hung
not the
jury
case,
mean?
However, for Travis.
What is a hung jury? What is that? Hung jury. I don't know what a hung jury is. Hung jury. A hung jury is a jury that is unable to reach a verdict by the required voting margin. A hung jury will often lead to a retrial of the case. Ah, so it's like the jury can't come to a definitive decision. I see. We're learning so many
We, the jury,
we're learning so many
Nevada
terms
Action, find the defendant
about the
Curtis Wayne
courthouse.
Travis guilty of first-degree felony murder.
Yep. Oh, not
He was
the
convicted
tears,
on all
buddy.
charges.
You're getting locked up, man.
Today at sentencing, the two men appear before Judge Kent Hamlin to learn their fate. Travis is in a neck brace and has a black eye because of a headbutting incident with a jail deputy. Also in the courtroom is Heliodoro's family, including his niece, who delivers a victim impact statement.
He was the most wonderful man, father, husband, uncle. A very important life was taken. And I just hope that you guys learn from this experience, because that's what my uncle would want.
First, Stowers is sentenced to 6 years and 8 months in prison for robbery and theft.
Uh-huh. Okay.
As for Travis, because he has a long criminal history, the prosecution is asking for the max, life in prison for first-degree felony murder. But
Life.
before the judge can even begin, Travis lashes out.
Please, take me out of here, please. Take me out of here, like I asked.
Sir, you're going to be here for sentencing.
Still
Dang.
upset, Travis begins shouting about the blood evidence from his trial.
The blood showed that I was in the passenger seat. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Evidence!
I understand your argument, sir.
Yeah.
And it's not convincing.
And when the judge tries to continue, Travis has another outburst.
Dude, he's not hearing the sentencing.
in prison for the rest of my life for some you do.
For some what?
Travis has words for almost everyone in the court, including Heliodoro's family.
Just like the family over there, they're happy. That's not what your brother or whoever he was. He didn't want me to like.
By now, 10 deputies have entered the courtroom, some with tasers, as Travis struggles to contain his emotion.
Dude, he's so upset. He's crying. Bro,
While
you
Travis
took a
continues
life.
sobbing,
It's
the
only
judge allows
fair.
his mother to deliver
You
a
take a
statement
life,
to the
you
court.
give a life. Sometimes that life is your own.
Take a gun and shoot somebody. I mean, it wasn't like he did it on purpose. I just apologize. I'm sorry for everything that's said.
When she's
I love that cry. It's so cartoon. Sometimes these like I wonder if cartoons actually take inspiration from like watching these shows when they have like their characters do like the fake crying, because that's what it's. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Oops.
Hamlin offers a statement of his own.
If you make the decision to invade someone's home and you then selfishly put others at risk in your flight from the scene and someone dies, the fact that it's an accident doesn't change how dead Mr. Rubalcaba is.
Yep.
Or how much it hurt his family. Punishment for that crime is and should be life without the possibility of parole. And I would hope that if one young man makes a better choice to change their life before they find themselves in Travis's grave, then Mr. Rubalcaba's life would not be as lost in vain.
I just want to hear
I
the
gotta
cry.
have that hope. We all do.
We want to hear the outburst.
So otherwise, this is just a tragedy. To no end.
Oh, we didn't hear it. It was just the one. It was the one off.
When finished, the judge officially sentenced Travis to life in prison with no chance of parole.
Also, that's kind of like, I know Drake's not no cry anymore. Yeah, don't let your buddies in prison
We're now in
hear
the
you
El Paso
crying.
County Courthouse in El Paso, Texas.
All right.
Oh, why is she holding the baby and crying? What is
Please
happening?
be seated. The record should reflect the attorneys for the state, the attorneys for the accused are present in the courtroom.
The man you see here is 41-year-old Daniel Villegas, accused of killing 2 teens in 1993 when he was just 16. At that time, without an attorney or his parents present, Villegas says he was coerced by an El Paso detective into confessing to the murders.
Oh,
Despite
1993.
recanting
Yeah,
the
that's a
confession
long time
hours
ago.
later, it became
That's
a
like
key piece of
over
evidence
30
for
years
the
ago.
prosecution.
Are present in the courtroom. The court has received a message from the jury indicating that they've reached a verdict.
Finally, it only
Villegas has
took
been on
30
trial
years,
3
30
separate
some
times
years.
for this crime and has maintained his innocence throughout.
Let's bring the jury in.
His first trial in 1994 ended in a mistrial due to a hung jury.
Wait, it's over 30 years?
A 1995
Yeah, you're getting old,
retrial
buddy.
ended with a
Getting
conviction for capital murder, and Villegas was sentenced to life in prison. After spending 18 years in prison, that verdict was thrown out in 2013 because of ineffective assistance of counsel. Villegas was released in January of 2014 and has remained out on bond as he awaited a 3rd trial. During that time, he fathered 2 children. Though the prosecution continued to insist on his guilt, there was no DNA, no firearm, and no forensic evidence presented linking Villegas to the shooting.
If the defendant will please stand.
The last 25 years of his life, much of it in prison, has all led up to this moment.
Oh, so they're gonna release him now. I can't believe
In the
this,
District Court
this
of El Paso
line.
County,
It's
Texas,
not over 30 years.
409th Judicial District, the state of Texas versus Daniel Villegas, number 94 0D09328. Verdict Form B. We, the jury, find the defendant Daniel Villegas not guilty of
Hey, congrats, buddy. Congrats.
For the first time since he was 16 years old, 25 years ago, Daniel Villegas is a free man.
See, that's a good cheering from the crowd.
In this court, you are no longer under any conditions in this court. You are free to leave.
You are a free man.
Good luck.
You are a free man. Dude, they had to hold him up. He was crying. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine being a 16-year-old and being fucking... Now, is there any justice against the officer that coerced him to admit to a murder that he did not commit? So what's gonna happen with that dude? Because now we're looking at... Because now, like, you know, he's free. You know, and that's great for him. What about the justice for the officer that put him there in the first place? Because that's so sad that a guy had to suffer 25 years, literally his life, just 25 years of his youth just gone because an officer forced him to admit to a crime that he did not commit. That's crazy. That dude's probably already retired and probably arrested for being drunk as fuck on the job. It's still insanity, man.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam.
Is tomorrow
Subscribe to
June?
A&E
Wait,
to
hold on.
never
Is
miss
tomorrow
a new
June?
video,
Or is it
and
going to be
catch
May
full
31st?
episodes on AETV.com.
I think it's going to be May 31st. Which means
Next,
Pride
we
is
head to
2 days
Tampa,
away.
Florida, for the case against 47-year-old Matthew Terry.
Tomorrow is June? Tomorrow
Terry's
is
been charged
June?
with first-degree murder. And the
This is only
stabbing
30
death
days
of
in
his
May?
live-in girlfriend, 43-year-old Kay Baker. 6 months earlier, Terry and Kay, a
Today is the
third-grade
30
math
No.
and science teacher,
No, it's
were out at
11:48.
a bar with another couple.
It's 11:48. It's the 31st.
A jealous
Okay.
Terry spotted
It's technically
Kay,
the 30th. I'm
along
looking
with her
at my
friend
calendar
Kelly
right now.
Andrews,
So
briefly dancing with an unknown man.
technically still 2 days for me. I forgot it was in the future. Yeah,
Kelly
yeah, yeah.
reportedly tried to calm
Oh, you're
Terry
in the
down.
future. Yeah,
The
you're in the
incident seemed
future.
to
I'm
blow
in the
over.
past.
But when Terry and Kay got home later that night, he allegedly attacked her, stabbing her multiple times in the neck. Kay
Scott's
collapsed
in the
on the
past.
front lawn,
You're in the
and
past
a neighbor
of
called
Toby?
911.
You're in my crop field.
Emergency, please. Do you know what
It's
happened?
11 a.m. Okay,
My husband heard
31st.
someone screaming, and then we came outside. Do you know if this person was assaulted? I don't know. We just came outside. They have a major wound to their neck.
9:50
It's
is 11:50 for me.
Pouring out. You know, it's all over the ground.
When paramedics arrived, it was too late. Kay died on the scene from her injuries. Police, meanwhile, began a search of the home.
Judge gives murderer life and a piece of his mind. Oh.
Inside, there was no sign of Terry. But just down the street, police spotted a trail of blood. Canine officers followed it to a group of bushes where they found
I
Terry
love when they send out the
hiding in
bloodhounds.
brush, dressed only in his underwear.
Ooh.
Terry was arrested and charged with Kay's murder, but he claimed he wasn't responsible and pled not guilty. The case went to trial, and the state sought the death penalty.
Oh.
One of the first witnesses to be called was Kelly Andrews, Kay's friend who was at the bar the night of the murder.
Did you specifically tell the defendant that Kay Baker was not dancing with the other guy?
Correct.
And how did the defendant react or respond to that?
I remember him saying something very strange along the lines of, I want to protect my queen and my kingdom. I was telling him he was being jealous and just to stop.
Perhaps the most compelling testimony of the trial came from someone who had nothing to do with the incident. Michelle Rogers, a former girlfriend of Terry's.
Uh-oh.
5 years earlier in Michigan, Michelle suffered a similar attack at the hands of the defendant. Terry was convicted of assault to do bodily harm, but served just 3 years in prison.
So what happens next?
He keeps punching me wherever he can find access to punch me, so whether it be the face, the chest, the back, wherever.
At any point, do you say something to him to try and diffuse the situation?
Yes, there was a point When I yelled at him, I said, you know, I love you. Why are you doing this? And he said, no, you don't. You, I'm going to kill you. And then the next thing you know, Mr. Terry comes around behind me and stabs me in the neck. This entire time, I'm screaming for someone to come help me.
Okay, so he actually just needs to be locked up in prison for the rest of his life, or death penalty. His love action is with his
After
fists.
both sides came to
his
rest,
love language is
took the jury
fisticuffs
a little over
and a little
hour
stabby.
to return with a verdict.
Was this jury
He's the equivalent to a male yandere.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, the ones that you find really hot in anime, but like you find them really fucking weird and absolutely cringe and evil in real life. Love language
The
is
jury
fisting.
voted against the death penalty and recommended a sentence of life in prison. Before imposing sentence, Judge Christopher Sabella had a
Fisting.
final state for the defendant.
Fisting is consensual.
I listened
Fighting
to
is
the
not
testimony of Miss Rogers. I don't know what happened in Michigan as far as the trial and the sentence. But based on what I heard, I believe that you should have been in prison in Michigan and that Miss Baker should still be alive. This is Florida. You're going to prison for the rest of your life.
That's it. No death penalty.
Judge Sabella sentenced Terry to life in prison. He'll have
no
no chance
parole.
of parole.
He's smiling. What the fuck? He kind of is. The face of a man uncaring. He really
Thanks
does
for
not
being
care.
a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe
protected
to A&E
his
to never
kingdom.
miss a new video and catch full
How
episodes
his-
on AETV.com.
How his will turn into a 0.
Next, we're in Ann Arbor, Michigan for a plea hearing. 62-year-old Randall Hissler has been charged with assault
Man
on an
claims his
officer.
innocence after already pleading guilty.
4 months earlier,
Huh?
Hissler was on parole for breaking and entering when parole officer Shalimar Howard arrived to check on Hissler's roommate, who was also on parole. That's when
Okay.
Hissler allegedly assaulted the officer.
Okay, he assaulted an officer.
Recall number 12, People versus Randall Hissler.
Today, Hissler appears remotely before Judge Patrick Conlon to plead guilty.
Based on the information in the pre-sentence report, I do find that the sentencing guideline range 7 to 23 months.
I'm sorry. I know this is kind of insulting. But you know what he looks like? He looks like the bad guy in Dune. What's that Dune character? You know what I'm talking about? The Dune character. Dune. I never did watch Dune 2. I just watched the first one. Dune character names. Vladimir Harkonnen. This dude. The judge. The judge looks like looks like this fuck. The Baron. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that was a little more insulting than I thought. Arma, hello, good morning.
Is appropriate and supported by what's in the record. Now let's go back to you, Ms. Blanche. Do we have a victim impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Agent Howard is here, and she'd like to make a statement to the court.
After 20 years working for the Michigan Department of Corrections as a parole and probation officer, this is the first time that I've ever had a supervised individual physically attack me. He came at me quickly. I gave Mr. Heiser multiple verbal commands to stop and back up, but he continued to push and pin me between the door and his person in attempts to escape. I was forced to draw my weapon. When Mr. Heisler attacked, he put me in jeopardy of not being able to go home to my family. This is why I felt it was important to speak out.
Mr. Heisler, is there anything you wish to say before I impose sentence?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Wish I could take a polygraph test to prove I'm guilty. I'm not guilty.
What? But you're what? Hello? Shoot him.
Okay. You pled guilty, though, correct?
No, I pled guilty, but if I would take a polygraph test, I would pass him true caution. She won't. She's lying.
But you.
But go ahead, sir. Go ahead and do what you gotta do.
But why are you
I'm
pleading
sorry.
guilty then if you're not guilty?
It seems that although he's pled guilty, Hissler is now
I'm doing
claiming
good. How are
he's
you,
innocent.
Arma?
I'm going to just take a second here to think about this. I'll be right back.
With Judge Conlon out of the room, the defendant makes another comment. this time directly toward Shalimar.
Mr. Hisler, while we are off the record, I strongly recommend that you discontinue from the conversation that you're having with the court on this nature. It's not helpful right now, so just relax. But it's not bad to go. No, Mr. Hisler, take my advice with a grain of salt, but take a break. Wait for the judge to get back on the record, okay?
After a few minutes, the judge returns.
We have gone through basically in the entire sentencing protocol all the way through to the defendant's statement to the court, wherein the defendant basically said that the victim is lying.
Wake up.
So
work needs
at
work
this
when you have
time,
the internet.
I cannot turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to this, so I am going to reject the plea at this time, and I'm setting this for pretrial next week, and we will see what happens.
Prosecutor Jessica Blanche immediately challenges the decision.
Well, Judge, why, just because he's saying the victim's lying? It sounds like after the PSI, he has buyer's remorse. The fact that Mr. Hisler doesn't want to take any accountability, and now here he is saying that it's the victim's fault. I'm asking you to sentence the defendant.
I mean, I guess in my mind, this feels to me a lot like this defendant is seeking some way to cloud this matter for appeal. But I am not convinced, Ms. Blanche, that perhaps a trial in this matter isn't a more clean way to achieve whatever is being achieved.
What?
Likewise, if I reject the plea, you're free to appeal that as well. So what I can do is this. I can adjourn the sentence 1 week, and we'll be back here next week to consider this. But, you know, obviously everybody has the right to appeal me if they don't like what happens. So, okay? So we'll be back here next week.
A week later, Hisler accepted responsibility and decided to move forward with his guilty plea. Judge Conlin accepted the plea and sentenced Hisler to 12 months in jail.
1 year,
He'll
baby.
have no
1
chance
year.
for early release.
Yes, you're behaving for
Thanks
now.
for being a fan of Court Cam.
I always behave.
Subscribe to
I'm
A&E
always a
to
good
never
fish.
miss a new video and catch full episodes on
I'm a good fish. I'm a great
aetv.com.
fish. Come on. Come on.
Next, we're in Miami, Florida for a
Maybe Toby
bond
wants
hearing.
to hear Arms and Sweet voice.
30-year-old Travis Green has been charged with petty theft and
I do
battery.
like hearing Arma's voice. It makes me happy.
Today, Green appears before Judge Mindy Glazer,
And it fucking
hoping to be
fills
released.
my...
Hi, Mr. Green. Good morning.
But Green has a lengthy criminal record dating back to 2011, including charges for grand theft and burglary.
Sir, you were arrested for petty theft and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Before discussing bond,
No, no, no,
the
no,
judge
no,
has
no,
a
no, no,
question
no,
about the charge.
No, 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 no. I'm
This is
behaving.
at the Family Dollar store.
Yes, ma'am.
He said he went into the store, picked up multiple items, and then walked out of the store not paying, came back with a pliers tool in his hand, screaming and yelling in the store. So if he's using force, isn't this a strong arm robbery?
The public defender, Renee Gordon, disagrees.
Judge, I don't think it is, given that the defendant hit a product
How dare you?
out of his hand,
How dare you
causing
say I'm
the
lying?
product to become
I'm not
loose.
lying.
I'm not sure that would even qualify for a battery, as it's not clear that the man was actually touched.
Then he came back in the store a few minutes later with a pliers tool in his hand, screaming and yelling.
He had him in his hand, but he didn't
I
say
like
he
this
did
judge. She
anything
has
with the
a
pliers.
childhood
Didn't even
friend
say he
once.
made any threats. So at this point, I do think what the court has is definitely a petty theft. I'm not sure about the battery.
I'm never going to that Family Dollar again, ever in life.
Judge Glazer checks in with the prosecutor, who appears off camera.
I know what the state's seeking. You want a bond?
Yes. There's nothing specifically said that he touched the person. Said he touched the product, and the product.
The product was in the person's hand. That is a battery.
When the two attorneys are done arguing, the judge makes her decision.
So count one, there's probable cause for petty theft, $500. Count two, battery is $1,500. Have a good day.
But the public defender isn't quite ready to give up.
Judge, would you consider pretrial services if he has a good address and a phone number?
Not on these priors.
Judge, the priors are somewhat dated.
State would object on the fourth.
State's objecting. Yeah. Well, I'm concerned because he hit the guy. Really should be a strong arm, right?
I didn't touch the guy at all, Your Honor. I promise you.
Oh, no, not the guy, the package out of his hands.
It does not say that he came in and hit anyone.
Your Honor, what
Yeah, her
concerns the
husband
state
did
is
crime,
that
she
after
makes him
leaving,
remember
he
that.
came back with pliers in his hand. screaming and yelling at the people in the Family Dollar
But it
store, not
doesn't say
allowing them
he
to do their
used the
jobs.
flyers to do anything. He may have just had flyers with him. It doesn't, sir. That's okay.
Judge Glazer ultimately sticks with her ruling.
I'm not giving you a trial. It's a bond. Post bond. It's $2,000. 500 count one, 1,500 count two. I remember
that.
You nasty.
No, you nasty. Hold on.
Miss Corning, let it go. Not worth doing a contempt. Just let it go.
On his way out of the courtroom, Green smashed a glass and was charged with criminal mischief. The next day, he was given an additional bond of $1,000. Green was eventually released after posting all of his bonds, and his cases are pending.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam.
Okay, hold on.
Subscribe to A&E to
I saw
never
her
miss a
few
new
miles
video
away.
and catch
Wait,
full
her
episodes
childhood
on
friend did the crime, and she
AETV.com.
makes him remember her. Wait, what was this about? Hold on. Wait, there's some lore here I'm missing about that last judge. Wait, what happened? Wait, what's the lore here? I want to know. I want to know. Keep me in the loop. Keep me in the loop. So basically, yes. Basically, yes. Why is it doing that? She got a crime case. Then she secretly learned that it's her childhood friend. Are we going to see you on the court cam, Tubals? Did you do a naughty? Hey. No, I'm not naughty. I'm good. I'm wholesome. I swear. I wouldn't do anything bad. Not naughty. I didn't do anything not naughty. When the court has finalized. Why are we breaking up the story? What's happening? Then she secretly learned that it's her childhood friend. I'm so confused.
We go to San Diego, California for the arraignment of Titus Colbert.
She makes him
He's
remember
charged
her.
with 3
I
counts
see.
of premeditated attempted murder against a peace officer.
What is this?
And possession
What is
of a
this
firearm
video?
by a
Strangest
felon.
courtroom appearances. Okay.
The
He
33-year-old
starts
alleged
to cry
gang
and
member
stuff.
had broken into the apartment building of his ex-girlfriend.
Oh,
when
did
she
he?
called
Did she
police.
then like convict him to like sentencing for
When
life?
officers arrived, Colbert, armed with
It's like,
multiple
oh, haha,
weapons,
now that you remember
began
me,
firing.
definitely. Gunshots. What the hell?
The standoff lasted 5 hours, forcing authorities to close down the roads and temporarily suspend air traffic at a nearby airport.
While she was
Fortunately,
complimenting
no
how
one
a
was
good
injured
boy
and
he was.
Colbert was taken into custody. Colbert's looking at a possible sentence of 105 years in prison. But at his arraignment, he appears uninterested in his rights or anything to do with the case.
I will not be subject to criminal abuse.
You have a right to an attorney.
I will not be subject to criminal abuse.
After flashing what appears to be a gang sign, Colbert continues to interrupt the proceedings when he
See, our former
segues
friend
into a cryptic
meet up in
history
the wrong
lesson.
way.
May 1st, 1776. May 1st, 1776. May 1st, 1776.
What does that
The
mean?
date Colbert keeps repeating refers to the origins of the Illuminati, a secret society often associated with conspiracy theories.
Oh,
May 1st,
he's a
1776.
crazy.
I stand for a new world order.
The defendant is removed and ordered to return the following week. His attorney pleads not guilty, but as Colbert stands before the judge, he continues his bizarre behavior.
We are the Illuminati!
Oh
The judge
my
doesn't seem
god.
to appreciate the song and has a different tune for the defendant.
Mr. Colbert, you get one shot at listening to me to keep your mouth shut or you're out of here. Do you understand?
After a slight pause, Colbert answers.
Oh no. Oh no.
We are the Illuminati.
By now, the judge has heard enough, and Colbert's removed from the court.
One day, probably you're on the defender's side.
He's forced to undergo a number of psychiatric evaluations.
I travel in and out of time zones, and
So can the rest of the world. It's called a plane.
And is finally ruled competent to stand trial. But nearly 2.5 years
At
after
least he
the
wasn't-
incident,
at least he wasn't
Colbert
malignant.
changes his plea from not guilty to guilty. In
Oh,
exchange for the
did
guilty
he?
plea, prosecutors dismissed 4 counts of attempted murder of a peace officer and various firearms crimes. He's sentenced to 20 years in a state prison.
But yeah, like,
in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
oh,
for the case
not
against
Waukesha.
39-year-old Daryl
Oh gosh, we're
Brooks
back
has
here
been charged
again.
with 6
I'm gonna
counts of
be on the
intentional
defendant's side after
homicide,
Toby locks me up for
61
either
counts of
Songbird
recklessly
Baby
endangering
Factory,
safety with a
or one of the
dangerous
many other
weapon,
things they have
and a
threatened me
number of
with.
other charges. A year earlier, police say Brooks met up with his ex-girlfriend and they had an argument.
Arma,
Brooks
don't
then
you want to
drove
make?
his
Don't you
mother's
want to
car
make?
into a
babies
crowd
with
of
me?
people during the Waukesha Christmas parade. 6 people between the ages of 8 and 81 were killed, and over 60 were injured. Brooks
Can't
fled
believe
the
he killed
scene
a
on
child,
foot,
too.
but showed up a short time later on the front steps of a
Excuse?
stranger's home
You
less than
heard
a
me.
mile away.
You don't want to make babies with me?
A doorbell camera captured Brooks
I'm
pleading
pretty
to
fertile.
use the owner's telephone.
Or I could be fertile.
I called an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here.
Not like this, 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 not like
Police
this.
who'd been patrolling the area spotted Brooks, who fit the description of the suspect, and he was taken into custody.
Hands up, better shut up.
When police interviewed Brooks, he claimed not
God,
to know why he was
this
there.
dude is such a trip. Oh my.
With the car. What am I being with your mom's car?
Are they gonna show Daryl? Are they gonna
Brooks
show
was
him
charged
with his shirt off?
75 felonies and 1
They're gonna take his
misdemeanor.
shirt off?
He considered a number of pleas, including not guilty by reason of mental defect, before ultimately deciding to plead not guilty.
Yeah, the
Today at a
Daryl
pretrial
Brooks
hearing,
trial was
Brooks
such
falls
an odd
asleep
one.
during testimony, which gets the attention of the prosecutor.
I observed that for about the past 40 minutes, Mr. Brooks appears to be asleep in the courtroom. I don't know if he's just being disrespectful, uninterested, or if he's not feeling well.
After a brief recess, Brooks becomes irate when Judge Jennifer Doro reminds him that the proceedings are being recorded.
Got something to say too?
Mr. Brooks, the live stream is on.
I don't care about no live stream. Just
I don't
like
give a
y'all
fuck.
here, all this political.
Mr.
You
Brooks,
sit
look
up
at
here and act like you know me. People like you don't, y'all
Mr.
you don't know
Brooks.
nothing about where I come from.
Mr.
You
Brooks.
push me, dog. Don't push back then.
Mr. Brooks.
Don't push back. Push me again. You wanna
Mr.
push-
Brooks, we have to continue with this hearing.
Don't put your hand on me, dude.
Nobody put their hands on you.
They better not put their hand on me. Don't touch me, dog. Stay seated.
5 weeks later, when the case went to trial, Brooks decided to act as his own lawyer,
All right, show him with his shirt off. Show him with his shirt off.
all while continuing his bad behavior.
And it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game. Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The judge moved him out of the main courtroom and into an adjacent one to argue his case remotely.
We are back on.
Yeah, that prosecution does
But the
not
antics
like
continued
this dude.
As
Yeah, there we
Brooks
go.
removed his clothes and turned his back to the camera.
Yeah, there it is. The clothes.
And later built himself a miniature
Yeah, we
fort
all know about the
using
boxes.
cardboard boxes. The trial lasted 3 weeks, and when both sides came to rest, it took the jury
How long
less
was
than
the Johnny
3
Depp
hours
trial?
to
Does
return
anybody
to the
remember?
verdict.
That was like
Guilty
4 weeks, wasn't
on
it?
all 76
think.
charges,
No.
including 6 counts of
Maybe it was only
intentional
2 weeks.
homicide. Before Brooks'
I know it was a long
several
time,
family
though.
members
Too
delivered
long.
impact statements to the court.
It offends me that you're sitting here breathing while she is not. You are a monster. You deserve contempt and death. As for me, this will never be over until the day I'm pissing on your grave.
4 weeks? I think it's more
I think
than
it
a
would be
month.
fair to say that for your crimes, even God hates
What
you.
was? Hold on. Depp versus Heard Netflix Heard trial date, I guess. How long? How long was it? How long? How long? Okay. 6 weeks. That shit was 6 weeks. Fuck. That's way too long, bro. Virginia, they were milking that. They were milking that trial. Milking it. Yeah, more than a month. 6 weeks.
Mr. Brooks, I hope as I read my statement, you continue to roll your eyes. I think it's important for the world to see what human rot looks like. Yeah, shake your
Heard
head.
got too many
There's nothing
excuses.
this court can do that would provide justice in my eyes. So all I ask is that you rot, and you rot slow.
Judge Doro sentenced Brooks to life in prison with no chance for parole.
Yep. Rot.
Next, we head to Ocala,
Rot, you
Florida for a
filth.
bond hearing. Judge James McCune presiding. 47-year-old James Gross has been charged with trespass after warning, a misdemeanor. A day earlier, Gross was allegedly trespassing outside a gas station when police were called. He'd already been warned about trespassing at this location, so he was arrested. Gross has a lengthy criminal record and is currently out on bond for DUI.
James Gross?
Today he makes his first appearance before Judge McCune, dressed in what appears to be a black robe.
All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
A black...
James Gross. Oh, no, you've been on bond since 28th of May. Plus, you've got some prior convictions. I'll set no bond.
What? What is he wearing?
Keep you in custody for your next court date. Now, would you like to be considered for the pet offender, sir?
No, sir.
What about your DUI case? Do you have a pet offender in that case?
Yes, we're working on it.
Okay, do you think you should get an attorney for this case then, too, the trespass case?
Yeah, I would be the same man, I'm sure.
Would you like to be considered for the public defender, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay.
What is he wearing?
Do you represent yourself today on the trespass case?
Don't want to do what?
Represent yourself?
Sure.
Sure?
It seems the judge is starting to get frustrated.
Fuck it, why not, right?
Is that a yes?
Yeah, I'd like to tell you the story. I mean, it's not going to be one you like. It's essentially no contest, but I mean...
Okay, just
I believe it's gonna be...
stop. You want to represent yourself, yes or no?
Sure.
Is that a yes or no?
I do, but I think it'd be probably smarter to get the lawyer.
Yeah, it
The
probably
judge
would
moves
be.
on to the next topic.
Do you have a job?
No, I'm self-employed. We got money.
Well, how much money do you have?
You want to know how much cash I have?
Yes.
I have about $60,000.
Okay. Where's that cash right now?
It's in my sister's bank account.
Okay. Do you own any property?
Yes, I own my home.
Okay.
All right. I don't know what sense to make out of this. You've got $60,000 sitting in your sister's account. Why is it in your sister's account?
Well, it's kind of a long story. I believe I'm on a mission, and I believe I'm gonna be your next prophet.
What? Oh, okay. He came from Crazy Town.
I'm gonna go ahead and enter a provisional order, appoint the defendant to represent you. I'll not get any play on your behalf as to this charge.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Thank you.
Gross is taken into custody and eventually enters a plea of not guilty. He was later released on his own recognizance, and his trial is pending.
Oh.
Next, we're in Topeka, Kansas for a Supreme Court disciplinary hearing for attorney Dennis Hauver. The defense lawyers at the High Court, a year after a state review panel called for his disbarment, citing, among other things, professional incompetence in his handling of a capital murder case. Laying out the details of the panel's findings is the Deputy Disciplinary Administrator for the courts. He claims Hauver had no business taking on a capital murder case to begin with.
Respondent only experience in a murder case was some 20 years prior to that. That was not a capital case. He really had no idea.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can.
Capital murder.
I don't know if I can stay awake any longer, so I'm just gonna end the stream here. But thank you, everybody, for joining. You're all stinky. Okay, go brush your teeth, take a shower, floss your toes, rinse your face, kiss your mom, and tell her she smells nice. I'm sure she'll love that. You've all been great, and I highly appreciate you all. Over also on Twitch and YouTube. This is new, and I'm still getting kind of used to it, but it's been fun. She don't want to expose her unbehaved side. True, actually, I don't want to be exposed. I feel very open. I feel very naked in front of you all. But yeah, I'm gonna head off and probably get some sleep. And I hope you all get some sleep too, if it's around that time for you to sleep. I'll see you all later. Bye bye.